Meeting to order. It's the meeting of the Board of Park Commissioners, the first virtual meeting, May 13th, 2020. Before we have a roll call, I just want to take this moment to recognize Kay Rutledge, who has retired recently and would be assuming the yeoman duty that Joanne Austin is doing right now. She came to the Parks Division in 2009 as a Parks Planning and Development Manager, and then was promoted to Assistant Parks Superintendent in 2014. She's been wonderful to work with, and we will all miss her. Joanne, I will then unmute all, and if you would please call the roll.
Will do. We'll try that again. Now you've been unmuted. Emily Ganam. Here. Moira Harrington.
Here.
Alder Zach Hennick. I believe he'll be coming. Madeline Leopold.
Here.
Al Martin, I believe he is coming as well, just not here at the moment. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
And Venus Washington.
Here.
Okay, we have met quorum.
Thank you. So I will mute all. Paul, is this the moment that you're going to? Yes.
Yep. And I'm unmuted, correct?
Yes.
Items before beginning. To members and city staff, the chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to speak or ask questions. Voting will be considered unanimous. Click raise hand to object or request a roll call. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link in your original email. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to pacommission@cityofmadison.com. Thank you, Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes? That would be someone who would raise their hand. Hang on. Alder Skidmore, I'm unmuting you.
Move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm looking for a little blue hand. Venus, I'm unmuting you.
Second.
Thank you very much. We will assume that the minutes are approved unanimously unless someone has an objection or a correction or some discussion. And you'd indicate that by raising your little blue hand. Is there any discussion, corrections, etc.? Any objection? Seeing none, then we will record the minutes as having been approved unanimously. Item 3 on the agenda is public comment for individuals who wish to speak for 3 minutes on an item not on the agenda. We have one registrant for public comment, Mr. Paul Noeldner. Excuse me, I should know your name, but I don't. And I don't see him here. Oh, there you are.
He is currently unmuted.
He is unmuted. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. I'll keep this real brief. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. And
Okay.
you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madeline, and Parks Commission for this opportunity. I haven't spoken with you in a while. I've had the pleasure of Bill Barker and others in the past, Cy Woodstrom. I love what you do. Thank you. This is just a thank you for supporting International Migratory Bird Day and parks in general. I just wanted to make a general comment about that and about the importance of what the Parks Commission is doing to the kind of work that I'm trying to help coordinate as a volunteer. I'm speaking on behalf of Madison Fund, Friends of Urban Nature, which is a coalition we built out of the Bird City initiative in the city of Madison. A coalition of parks and partner groups, including friends groups. I'm currently a board member of 5 Friends of Parks groups, and it keeps me busy. And also local environmental groups, and Elder Leopold Nature Center, for example. We do free family and kid-friendly bird and nature outings with 2 almost every weekend, all year round. This is our 8th year. We're sad to not be able to go personally and do that right now, and really looking forward to it again. Outings average 10 to 50 people, including even in January, we'll get 50 people at times. People really do love nature recreation. Public benefits include nature recreation, which is having fun in nature and watching it doing its thing and being outdoors. And it also builds nature education and natural health, kind of naturally as part of the experience. Connections to nature are extremely important to child development, and they also help with community building and a sense of place. It offers social justice in the city of Madison, in the sense of providing nearby nature that anyone can enjoy for free, with safe, free, and equal access to shared open spaces. Awe of nature has been well documented to build empathy for others. And I take Sherman kids, help Nelson Institute classes, take Sherman kids to Warner Park every week, normally during the semester. And we've been doing that for about 10 years, and they absolutely love it. It's one of their favorite programs. We also do things like the annual Bird Nature Festival, and I help teach a Master Naturalist class that generates volunteers for our parks. The Parks Commission can help support this important nature recreation value to the city by saving urban nature in our Madison parks. Please support preserving and restoring natural areas for birds and wildlife in all Madison parks, and also help support efforts to save additional natural areas that remain in the city, such as Hartmeyer, that will be discussed later, and Starkweather Creek area and other areas. This is a time to celebrate having nature in our midst for safe, accessible, nearby nature recreation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and also for all that you have accomplished in the parks. I want to recognize that Alder Hennick has arrived, and Al Martin as well. So we now have a full group. Moving on to disclosures and recusals, item 4 on the agenda. Are there any items on the agenda with respect to which a commissioner should make a disclosure or recuse him or herself? If you do, would you please raise your little blue hand under participants? And seeing none, thank you. Moving on then to item 5 on the agenda, which is the election of the Board of Park Commissioners for a 2-year term, for the president for a 2-year term. Do I have a motion on this item? Moira, thank you. I've unmuted you.
Thank you, Madeline. I move that we name Emily Ganam as the president of the Board of Park Commissioners for the City of Madison.
All right, thank you. I'm going to mute you and lower your hand. So Moira has nominated Emily Ganam. I see a second, Al Martin. I'm going to unmute you.
Yes, I second.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm muting you and lowering your hand. All right. Is there any discussion or request for information? Alder Hennick.
I just wanted to speak to Emily. I think that she's done a fantastic job contributing on the Parks Commission. I've really enjoyed working with her. She has insightful and educated background of responses, always is up on the agenda and knowing what's going on and how to respond and really thoughtful input. So I strongly support Emily as president. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Martin, you have something further to say, please?
I tried to lower my hand, but there it goes.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. I'm going to assume, as is the case in this virtual meeting, that this election is unanimous unless I hear or see otherwise. I see an objection. Alder Skidmore.
As a point of order, I will raise that under Robert's Rules of Order, under which we operate, you must ask the question, are there any more nominations, at least twice more, in order for this to be a legal election?
Thank you. There's always something to learn in this job. Are there any other nominations? I'm looking for a blue hand for other nominations to the position of president for a 2-year term. Are there any other nominations for this position? Seeing none, I believe then that we can record the election of Emily Ganam as president of the Park Commission for a 2-year term. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think that my understanding is that the election is effective immediately. So I will pick up the agenda with item 6, which is the election of a Board of Park Commissioners vice president. And I will try to do a good job on the mics and the hand raising. So if I have a nomination for the position of vice president, would you raise your hand on the Zoom, please? All right, Venus, unmute.
I move to elect Maura Harrington for the vice president position for the Parks Commission.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion? All right, I see Al Martin. Al, you're unmuted.
Yes, second.
All right, great. Are there any more nominations for the vice president position? If so, raise your hand. And I'll ask one more time if there are any other nominations for the position of vice president. Great, thanks. Is there any discussion or questions on this motion? All right, seeing none, I would like to record this item as unanimously approving Maura as vice president of the Board of Park Commissioners. If there are any objections to that vote, I will recognize Alder Skidmore. Thanks.
Thank you. As a point of order, did you ask for any more nominations, twice more?
I think I did. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yep. All right, great. Thank you. I see your hand, Alder Skidmore. Did you have other comments?
No.
Okay, very good. Then I would like to record item 6 as passing unanimously. Thanks very much, and congratulations, Moira. It's I have been lucky. I get to make a president of the Parks Commission report, and I've been lucky as Madeline's vice president. I have not had to run a meeting in her absence, but I think that's the primary duty of the vice president. And I look forward to working with the whole commission as we go forward. Just a couple of quick comments. One, I want to formally and publicly thank Madeline for her steady leadership in the president's role, I think for the past 2 years, and as a commissioner for a lot longer than that. And I also want to call out and appreciate her willingness to stay on with the commission a little bit longer to help me transition into the role and to help kind of keep some continuity on our commission and our leadership as we move forward. So that's much appreciated. The last 2 months have been unprecedented, historic, and all the other adjectives that we keep reading. And I do want to just call out and thank the park staff for all of the hard work that you've done to help keep the parks open and safe during the pandemic. I appreciate all the extra work that went into setting us up to do this remote public meeting, which was not easy. And I'm glad that we can continue to have these meetings and discussions during this time, and that's not necessarily a given. And I also wanted to recognize Eric and the staff for working on the April election. I know that was a bit, that took some time away from some of their other duties, but it was important work. And I think all of the work that the park staff has done has been important to public health, mental health, and just our ability to be able to go outside and move around. So much appreciated. And if not in this meeting, I don't know when we would call that out and say thank you. So, Madeline, I want to just give you a couple minutes to make any remarks you might like to make before we move on to the next item. So you're unmuted.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Emily. Yes, it's been a privilege working with everybody. And I'm so glad that you also called out staff, because what they've been doing, the president's report illustrates, including the election, which was huge, how they've responded to the COVID virus so promptly, so quickly and efficiently. I think we have so much to be proud of in our parks, and I look forward to hanging on a little bit longer on the commission because it's been really great. So thank you all. And thanks, Emily.
Thanks. Thank you very much. All right, I will move on to item 8. These are, put on my glasses. This is the Park Commission President's resident appointments to subcommittee of the Board of Park Commissioners. The appointments in item 8 are for the Park Commission's Long Range Planning Subcommittee, and the appointees are Grant Fauci and Stephen Webster. Do I have, I'd like to record a motion in a second. If I could get 2 hands up, I will unmute Al.
Yeah, motion for both
Thank you.
appointees.
All right, is there a second on item 8? Moira.
I second that motion. These are 2 valued members of this subcommittee. I serve with both of them on this committee and well deserved. So my clean motion is I second the motion.
Very good, thank you.
Without that extra comment.
All right, I'm going to lower these 2 hands, and then if there's any discussion or questions on these nominations, please raise your hand. All right, seeing no hands, I'd like to record item 8 as passing unanimously. If there is objection to that recording, please raise your hand.
Emily, I'd like to interrupt. I don't seem to have a raise hand capacity on my under participants.
Got it. So go down to more at the bottom, and then you have to find it in the menu.
I see. Okay. Yep. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Thanks, Emily.
I fear that we're going to get used to this. So, yeah. All right. All right. Any other discussion of item 8? Or any other reason not to record item 8 is recorded. Seeing none, we'll call that, Joanne will mark that as unanimously approved and move to item 10, which is the May 2020 Superintendent's Report. Eric, I think I can unmute you. All right. You're free to go.
Thank you. Before you are submitted to you electronically and in your packets is the superintendent's report. This month is a little different. We tried to highlight the myriad number of things kind of going on in the Parks Division. There's a lot, as President Ganam said, pretty unprecedented time frame that we're in here, and a lot of things for parks. I think beyond the written report, I think we're focused on reopening things and turning the dial under the Safer at Home orders now in effect from the county as of a few moments ago. For those who haven't maybe caught up with the news, Supreme Court did invalidate the order at the state level. The Public Health in Bassendean County issued the order locally that is substantially similar to that Safer at Home order in substantial time frame. But we anticipate working on things like disc golf, public restrooms, which are not actually ordered. I should back up. Disc golf and tennis and sport courts are two areas of focus as we move forward. As we're working with partners as well as ourselves, we're developing plans for everything that we've kind of got going on. Like even from very beginning of this, trails, we had a conversation with public health. Here's how we're going to put signage up. Here's how we're going to do this. Here's what we'll do. Our interest is in protecting the safety, health, safety, and welfare of our community, but also providing the essential service that parks are. And to be very clear, have been recognized by local policymakers as such from the beginning. The mayor and county exec, both within a day, were giving Darren Marsh, who's the Dane County Parks Director, and myself clear direction that there was no intent to close parks in total, that people would need to have that ability to recreate and stay healthy physically and mentally and connect to nature. And so we feel like we've done a pretty good job. Nothing's going to be perfect in a system this big. And certainly there have been some bumps, but we continue to prepare for reopening those things. The one I wanted to touch base on, which is frankly the biggest concern we have right now in parks, is preparing for what is now a busy spring mowing season as of now. And that is the staffing components. And certainly understandably with the economic exigent circumstances, we are in a hiring freeze. For parks specifically, that's really challenging at this moment in time because we've held back our seasonal hiring to an extent, a pretty sizable extent. And now we're in that position where we're trying to figure out how to manage the system to the maximum benefit to the community with the resources we have, and maybe some redeployment from other city agencies to an extent as well. That is one of the reasons that we have not opened the restrooms yet, that to safely clean them most likely multiple times a day would require resources that we do not currently have. And so that will be, by the time we meet next month, I'm sure that will be a lot of conversations around staffing. The other piece I would make sure to highlight is the Warner Park Community Rec Center was converted. We are already in preparation mode of reconverting it back. Now that doesn't mean next week, right? But that means the city is working closely to try to find an alternative site, which really we have been from the time we went in there. The reason that was a selected option was because, frankly, real estate transactions for homeless shelters were complex. And the idea that we were going to get those leases and such in place in any short order was not real. And so that was the purpose of the change. But we are already starting to plan for bringing it back. We don't have a timeline, but certainly the operator's aware of that. We're all kind of conscious that the intent of the center is to serve the north side and broader east side, frankly, as a community center. And we look to bring it back to the extent we can as the Safer at Home orders play out. And the last thing I'll touch on, which is related to the homeless issues in our community, is certainly there was some press coverage on the mayor's executive orders related to emergency orders related to not enforcing regulations related to camping on public lands. It is my belief that what the orders institutionalized are substantially similar to longstanding practices of not disrupting small camping type situations in our park system. And the reason we've not enforced that aggressively is it's simply not addressing the root cause and pushing the issues around the system into areas of higher conflict. So at this point, there are only two of those sites on parkland have been approved through the EOC process, both of which have long-standing had campers sporadically, neither of which have significant numbers in either location at this point. I think one has maybe 4 and one has maybe 10-ish. One's on the east side, not too far from the Starkweather Creek area. And then the other one is more on the south side, not too far from a railroad corridor, which is a buffer. They're buffered from residences. They're not interfering directly with active use or even passive, even nature-based recreational uses, not on trails or anything like that. I can certainly appreciate the concerns that can come with that, but just so it's also clear, the behavior ban or the behavior policy that can lead to behavior bans is still in place, and the combination of us and MPD can still and will still enforce those standards in those locations. We are simply not issuing citations or warnings of citations for camping, which would mean those folks would move to another place, most likely to places with higher conflict. And as an example, there has been camping recently at Demetral Park, and we have not authorized that. And the city EOC has, based on our recommendation, not authorized that as a camping location. And so it's one that we are not allowing or tolerating that. And that's an example of kind of how this is all working. It's definitely beefed up a little bit in response to normal, but I'd say it's overall consistent with the philosophy of balance we've had for years. Outside of that, I recognize we have a long meeting and nobody likes to listen to anybody talk very long on Zoom. I am happy to answer any of your questions you have in the report. I'm sure there are questions folks have, and I'm having trouble anticipating the questions at this point in the 2-month period we're in.
Yep. Anybody with questions, just put up your blue hand and I'll unmute you. All right, Eric, it looks like you're getting off easy. I'd like to get a motion and a second to accept the report. All right, Al, I see your motion. I'll unmute you.
Yep, I make a motion to accept the report.
Great, thanks. Alder Hennick.
I actually have one question for Eric before we vote it out.
Okay, do you want to second the motion before we have the discussion?
Yes, please. Yes,
okay,
please.
Great. Joanne, you got that? All right, go ahead.
And yes, I was just checking to see if you had any, I haven't been able to read through the counties, but what the status was for reopening or how we're handling tennis courts and basketball courts, and if tennis courts might be handled differently than basketball courts, or how that's something that we'll be able to handle going forward.
Well, the first thing is we'll certainly re-engage with public health in Madison-Dane County now that we are under their order, not the state. Quite bluntly, for the last week and a half, conversations around that have been somewhat chilled with the state. Everyone anticipated something from the Supreme Court, and so there wasn't a lot of discussion of refining orders for recreational outlets like us. So what we'll do starting tomorrow, in fact, maybe probably tonight, is I'll reconnect with our liaison to public health and talk about what our plans are. I just got an email earlier today from the GMTA, the Greater Madison Tennis Association. So the approach here is what would happen is we try to work with user groups. We all kind of agree to what the plan is. What the plan being would be like things around signage, agreements of promoting through social networks, user groups, that this is what's okay and this is what's not. But certainly, even if we reopen tennis courts at this point, we don't want to see league play at Quan with 40 people, right? So there's things like that we write down into what I would call an operational plan or protocols. We'd send to Dane County at this point and see if they would be willing to alter or amend their order, or that now that they're interpreting their own order, they might interpret it differently with a plan. But the first step is to have a written plan. We're close. I got an email from GMTA today with that plan. We talked a couple times this week. They're in close contact with pickleball. And unfortunately, I do think there's probably an inherent difference right now in from a staff perspective, just public safety here on basketball versus tennis and pickleball. And that's unfortunate, but I think it is legitimately a fair differentiation where at tennis, I've never seen 3-on-3 tennis, or 5-on-5 lest you. I mean, it could happen. But the social distancing in tennis is more there. And if people are doing it mostly within their household units, certainly not having leagues or events, it's much different than what we have seen and witnessed in the past, early in March, before we closed courts and basketball courts, where the common practice is to have 5-on-5 with another couple sets of 5 folks getting ready to run. I mean, it's the way the game's played. I love basketball, and it pains me to say that, but we have to see if we can come up with something. The hope we have is now that the order is changing, the threshold of order is changing. The other hope we have here is we do have right now a significant monitoring program in place. Parking enforcement officers are redeployed with parks for at least a little while longer here. They're monitoring signage and reporting back on concerns and trying to educate as best they can around to people about what to do and not to do, right? And our goal is not to kick people out of parks, even though we've had some issues. Our goal is to keep parks open by making sure we're fully compliant and maintaining safety. So with that monitoring plan, my hope is we can come up with a way to get basketball open sooner than way later. But I do think, unfortunately, we have to go through each sport or each activity in a discrete, like what is the risk profile here from a public health perspective, and make that decision. And to be clear, that's not my decision. My recommendation at this point will be that we will put forth a plan to reopen tennis and pickleball. When will that take effect, and will public health in Madison-Dane County agree? I'm not sure. And with basketball, I think we're still a couple steps away from submitting that plan, but I'd like to still submit a plan this month for consideration, because I do think it is practicable that the hoops can be open. Maybe it's things where we keep one hoop down so nobody's running full court. Is it much to what I said about tennis? I've never seen 5-on-5 half court basketball either. Those kind of things. So trying to keep those numbers down and contained with a monitoring program. So long answer, but certainly it's at the top of my mind right now. That's why it's long. Is with that change, I think that shifting landscape does change the way we'll approach it. And I certainly believe that tennis and pickleball, with what we've worked with the pickleball group and the tennis group with, can be appropriately done, and not everyone has to be punished for the violations of a few of not social distancing, and we'll try to manage that through monitoring. It's really actually similar to the dog conversation we've had in the last couple of months.
Perfect. And on that front, could you talk a little bit about what education and enforcement has looked like, and how you've had an influx of kind of a redeployment of staff, and if you are looking for any more of that, or how you see that going forwards and what you're looking for from the city?
As far as redeployment, frankly, the park enforcement office has been great. That said, we have to start looking at the budget crunch real closely on our side. They've been invaluable to this point to get word out, to make sure signage was up. As we now might see some modifications on an order, we'd love to have them stay to do that, right? To re-sign, re-educate a little bit. But I don't know that we can afford in the Parks Division's budget to support those positions, ongoing throughout the summer, or at least not to the full extent. And those are some difficult choices we may have to make based on budget. But they've been very valuable. And what's it look like? I mean, certainly it's not perfectly consistent. We've had some complaints. Some parking enforcement officers are not well versed in recreational outlets and how they work. But overall, it's been, I think, seen as a positive. And frankly, the number one reason to support that kind of initiative has been why I feel confident talking about tennis and those type of things, is our public's done phenomenally well. So very well. We have had very few issues, frankly. For a system as wide as we are, with how many people we have kind of checking and signing all the signage, we had very few problems over the last 2 weeks. We're not seeing large gatherings, and this is what other communities are facing. In fact, across the state, and I've heard this through WPRA, but we've seen very little of that. No, I'm aware of maybe one birthday party that got out of hand a little bit, but people are choosing, making good choices to keep parks open by enjoying them with their family and household, right? And that's great. And I think we can trust our public to do that with some more activities. Now, there are certain activities and things we don't anticipate coming back, just to like kind of tease that a little bit, like events this year in Madison Parks. I don't see events over 250 people this summer with the trend line we're on. And so that's certainly a thing that we normally do as a community that looks really challenging. And hopefully some creative forces will come in and find a way to do that. But that's going to be a challenge. And then things like the pools, splash parks, beaches, not necessarily saying closed, but certainly of heightened concern of how can you possibly accurately, do that well. And then bluntly, with regard to the pool and splash parks, especially, can we afford to?
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, you mentioned a document for going forward for basketball courts and tennis courts. And if you mentioned that there's documents for going forward with Warner Park and looking at the education enforcement aspect. When those kind of documents come up, could you forward or put something out to this body just to keep us updated, since we may not meet for another month or two?
Yeah.
To let us know how those things progress, since it's kind of rapidly going.
Certainly, and one of the things we can do is we can send you. I'm pretty sure Lisa's on the call. We can get the commission. A good example, I think, is the plan that was submitted by Tyler Leeper to open Wingram Marshall and Wingram Marshall and Brittingham, his operation within the orders, right? And he submitted a plan, staff refined it and said, here's some things we'd like to see from the Parks Division perspective. And then he worked on that plan, sent it back to Public Health. So that's what we're talking about, written plans. That's what we're looking for. All of our partners we have that expectation with, like Camp Randall Rowing is another example. The Mallards have submitted some basic plans to do some of the curbside stuff they've done, or some good plans, So that's kind of the goal, is that our partner, ourselves, and Public Health are all kind of agreeing this is a rational approach. And I want to be clear, these are not heavily prescriptive plans. They are really trying to target, and we have a framework that we can trust our public, trust our partner to execute reasonably safely, right? And I think that's been working out pretty well. Basketball is probably the hardest one to date that I've had in my head, because there isn't really a natural, that is truly the game where there isn't much organized presence on our own. And so it's how do we work with that? We'll talk about some more PR options. Some of you may have seen the Londo Tucker video that was out about safer at home there for a while on Channel 3. I think it came out. That was pretty cool. Those are the kind of things that Katie Crawley, the mayor's office, actually involved in getting that video done. So there's those kind of things that we can probably do more of at basketball, that and signage more than partner organization. And the written plan may well be the monitor, right? And maybe turn the dial, so to speak, of open a few that we can monitor closely. Because again, basketball is not a portable game where people don't often drive across town for basketball outdoors. But then the other one is disc golf. And so disc golf, we have a plan that as soon as we submit it, as soon as we get confirmation from Public Health that they're good with that plan in concept, we'll share it with this body.
Thank you. That's all. I'm just looking to make sure that when things are changing, that this body is being kept up to date so that we can be educated and know how to make those decisions at a time. Thank you.
No, I certainly appreciate that. We recognize, I think I told former President Leopold at this point in a conference call last week, I recognize, and I should have led with this, that the communication from staff, specifically myself, to the commission has not been phenomenal. That's unfortunately, and also there is no doubt that in a crisis, over-communication is good, and we have not met that mark. That's the same with staff, quite frankly, to me as staff. And I have learned in this process that one of my biggest weaknesses is I'd like to get the right answer and be complete and thorough. And in this environment, there was no complete or thorough for a day without a change. It was a moving target, and it still continues to be. But I feel like there's some stability forming, and the best thing I can also encourage folks to do is to sign up for and follow and retweet or whatever all those things are that people do with social media. Ann Shea can help you with that, because Ann Shea's been great, and the PIO team with the city's been great on amplifying and getting out messages around parks. So that's not the document, right? I'm not telling you that's the way you should get all your information, but it's definitely a way to keep up and stay fresh. There are times when Ann's got stuff out before I really fully digested that was happening.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Eric? I can. All right. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second on acceptance of the report. Again, we'd like to record that as unanimous. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote? Sounds good. Joanne, I think we can record that as unanimous. As we move to new business, we identified on the agenda a few items that could be appropriate for consent. One of them was item 16, and I see we have a speaker on 16, so I'd like to not have that on the consent agenda. But Joanne, are there any late registrants on 12, 13, 14, or 15? I think that means no. Is that? Oh, hang on. I'm unmuting you. Is that? There are no speakers on those?
There are no new ones for that.
Okay, so let me read the items, and we'll move forward with those on a consent agenda. The first is item 12, commemorating the 50th anniversary of Earth Day on April 22nd, 2020. Item 13, proclaiming the week of April 26th through May 2nd as Arbor Week in the city of Madison. Item 14, proclaiming Sunday, June 28th, 2020 as World Migratory Bird Day in the city of Madison. And then item 15, authorizing the execution of a lease with Historic Blooming Grove Historical Society, Inc., for the purpose of maintaining and preserving the present historical value of the Dean House located at 4718 Monona Drive on a portion of the Monona Golf Course property. I'd like to get a motion and a second on this consent agenda with those 4 items. I see Al and Madeline.
Yeah, motion.
Great, Madeline on
Motion approved.
Hang on.
Second.
Great, so a motion and a second from Al and Madeline. Is there any discussion or questions on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, I'd like to record those as unanimously approved. Is there any objection to that recording? Great, we will record those as approved. Joanne, you got that done. I'll put you back on mute. All right, so item 16 is a request from the Friends of Goodman Waves for use of the Goodman Park and Goodman Pool for the All-City Dive Meet July 27th and 28th of 2020 from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we have several registrants in support of the motion, and I'll read those, but we have one registered who'd like to speak. That's Cindy Schlichte of 513 South Randall Avenue. And Cindy, your mic is open. So as Madeline mentioned, we have a 3-minute rule on the Park Commission, and so Joanne will keep the time. If you could try to land within that zone, that would be great, and welcome. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me. I don't have much to add to the application, but I was asked to speak. So I'm the past president of the Friends of Goodman Waves and one of the All-City Dive co-chairs. The Friends of the Goodman Waves is a group of volunteer parents, and we're assisting the City of Madison Goodman Pool to host the 51st annual All-City Championship Dive Meet. My colleague, Bill, who is our current president, along with Josh Schmidt of Madison Parks, came before you in November to share some information about this event. If you have any questions about the event, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, that's about it. That's all I have to share. And we look forward to hosting all-city swim championship next year. These championship meets rotate between the 13 all-city league pools within the Madison area.
Very good. Josh, I see that you're here. I just want to invite you to comment if that's something that you would like to do. You don't have to. There you go. Your mic is free.
All right. Can you hear me then?
Yes.
All right. So as Cindy kind of explained, the all-city dive meet it's really the culmination of a lot of work that the kids are doing throughout the year. Madison Parks is really excited to host this year, and the Friends have been very, very valuable with moving the team forward. So appreciate your support and appreciate the Friends' support in the All-City Dive League and the Goodman Waves.
Great. I will also, as I mentioned, there are 6 other registrants in support of this item. I'm just going to read their names real quick, and then I'll look for a motion and discussion and questions. So Marie Trest of 2310 Monroe Street, Tom Lynch of 510 Morningside Avenue, Rachel of 7 Cortland Circle, Cynthia Hawkinson McGearan of 2829 Oak Ridge Avenue, Mark Cowing of 22 North Street, and Jeff Hudner of 1418 Drake Street have all registered in support and said that they don't wish to speak. Joanne, is there anybody else?
We have one additional registrant in support, William Blank, but does not wish to speak, a representative from the Friends of Goodman Waves.
Great, thank you. Could I, before we start discussing, could I get a motion and a second? Let's show of hands. Moira and Al, let me unmute you guys real quick.
I move approval. Thank you.
Yep, Al, your second? Very good, thank you. Discussion or questions for Josh or Cindy? Right. Seeing none, again, we'd like to record this as unanimously approved. Is there any objection to that recording?
And I'm sorry, Emily, who was the second on that?
That was Al on the second. Sorry, I think I talked over him.
That's okay. I turned my head.
Yeah. All right, great. I think we have a unanimous approval for item 16. And appreciate, Cindy, thanks for coming out. I appreciate that. Item 17 is authorizing the park superintendent and the facilities, programs, and fees subcommittee to approve certain park events, a temporary change due to COVID restrictions on meetings. So before we have a discussion, could I get a motion and a second on item 17? Great. I see Al and Madeline, and I will we'll record it as Al's motion and Madeline's second. Is there any is there any comment, discussion on this item? Madeline, you're unmuted.
I just wanted to say that everybody probably remembers the creation or the resuscitation of the Facilities, Programs, and Fees Subcommittee, which was charged with dealing with some of the events that are coming back because of changes, as a way to remove some of that burden from the Park Commission so that the Commission could focus to a greater extent on policy and other issues. So really what this motion is to support the ability of the superintendent to act in lieu of the Programs and Fees Subcommittee because it is not permitted to meet at the moment because of the pandemic. So once that subcommittee is able to meet again, then the authority given under this item 17 will lapse.
Thank you, Madeline. Anybody else comments or discussion on this item? Eric, you are unmuted. Wait, yep, you are unmuted.
Yeah, just really quickly, as Madeline said, this would cease once the group newly reestablished is able to really get its feet down. Frankly, where we're at, as I alluded to earlier in the comments, superintendent's report, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of events this summer. Certainly the vast majority of events that were set to occur in May and June have canceled at this point. And a significant number of the larger events later than that have as well. But certainly this is another conversation the city is having. Our good friends at IT supporting this meeting are heavily involved in what their level of support of meetings can be. And understandably, when you have to have a team of multiple people to stand up in public meeting from another agency and in addition to the agency doing it, it's a real challenge. But this one's on the list. This and long range, as well as Habitat, but they're really all, we'd like to see them meet again sooner than later, with sooner being potentially, I think, conversations starting around that July, August timeframe for some subcommittees to be able to meet. And we'll have to work with President Nam about selecting and prioritizing as best we can. But I think there is movement on that front as well. And hopefully we'll all get better at these meetings. So if we're doing them this way, we can make them pretty effective and efficient.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I think we're ready to vote. Again, any objection to recording a unanimous approval for item 17? All right, very good. We'll approve it we'll record it that way. This is, exactly how people talk all the time. So item 18 is the Breeze-Stevens Field informational reports regarding the 2020 Fan Access Plan and Neighborhood Impact Plan. And the staff recommendation is to accept the report. I have Mr. Stemman registered as a speaker. Joanne, are there any other speakers? Okay, so Vern, I will unmute. Oh, you are unmuted, so the mic is yours.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Great. I don't really have too much to say other than that, I think the big focus for us with these plans at Breeze has been the continued dialogue that they have really helped push along with the Tenny Lapham Neighborhood Association for years now. We've been working closely with them, and these plans, the fact that they're in our use agreement, force us to really maintain that relationship, which has been a really positive thing.
Very good. Thanks, Vern. Does anybody have questions for Vern on item 18? He's going to stay on the mic for a little while here, but as far as the fan access plan, this looks pretty similar to what we've seen in prior years. But any questions for Vern on this one? Seeing none, I'd like to get a motion and a second recorded. I see Al's hand as a movement.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Madeline as a second.
Second.
All right. Great. All right, your Paul's unmuting for me. I need to stop doing that. Is there any objection to recording this as unanimously approved for item 18? All right. Thank you. Seeing none, we'll record that as unanimously approved. Thank you. We'll move on to item 19, request from Big Top Events for a pyrotechnic display at Breeze-Stevens Field prior to May 1st of 2021. And the staff recommendation is discussion and possible recommendation. Vern, your mic is on, so.
Okay.
All right. There's one registered speaker, vernstenman, from Big Top, 2920 North Sherman Avenue. Joanne, before Vern starts, is there anybody else? Okay, great. Sorry, Vern, go ahead.
No worries. This has been an interesting process. We've been working for months on this event. I think Eric would have received a letter of support from the Tenny Lapham Neighborhood Association to do this event. The original idea was low volume live music on Friday night, July 3rd, with potentially some smaller scale pyrotechnics displays launching from rooftops of buildings around Breeze and potentially inside of Breeze as well. And we were getting close about 6 or 7 weeks ago to finalizing this plan and really bringing it forward to Parks Commission and making it public. Everything has kind of gotten thrown off track a little bit. And so today we're requesting just basically the first step in the process for us for an event like this is to, after TLNA approval, would be to get Parks Commission approval. And we're asking for flexibility on the date, with the idea being that if we're not able to do it on July 3rd, from a public health perspective, that we might want to try to position this event at a later date when there is clarity on larger scale crowds coming together. And possibly this could be maybe the or one of the first events in our community where large groups of people are able to come together, and we think it could be a fitting celebration at that time.
Thank you. Eric, did you intend to have your hand up? Yep.
I was just going to make sure to add that this is make sure there's clarity and actually make sure to just check the packets. The letter of support from the TLNA is in this document. Alder Heck has also indicated his support. Under the agreement, the size of the event, so I'm going to step aside from the public health component. The sizing of the event anticipated here would be tolerated allowed under the agreement. What brings this specific event, because you as a body and I even as the superintendent, we don't review individualized events at Breeze under the relationship. This one, given the desire to have pyrotechnics inside the facility as well as potentially around it from adjoining neighboring buildings, the display of pyrotechnics from inside the building or the facility under the agreement, the contract, is what brings it to this body. It was prescriptively written into the agreement to ensure that oversight and engagement before any kind of pyrotechnics were done. From then a public health, safety, and welfare perspective, non-COVID related, that the Big Top would have to, as they do with all fireworks or pyrotechnics, go through the permitting process with public health. With Madison Fire. Then on top of all that is the COVID restrictions. And this board, given this is an event you're seeing with an indeterminate date, should be very clear. We will not authorize any events to occur in our facility that are not, as I said earlier, expressly allowed by public health from a public health perspective due to COVID-19. So if that 3,000 to 5,000 was at all a concern or a limiter in your thoughts, I just want to make sure I'm clarifying the tiering of how this works. The first thing is it has to be able to have an event from public health perspective. They would have to be able to safely execute that event from Madison Fire. They also do need this board's approval based on the contract, not on the size of the event, but on the fact that there's pyrotechnics inside the building. And I just wanted to kind of clarify that. This one has a regulatory framework of significant complexity.
Eric, could you comment, Eric or Vern, could you comment on the expected level of sound from, and I recognize that if there are fireworks inside a Breeze and outside a Breeze, that we're only in charge of what happens inside a Breeze, but if you could comment on the sound level.
Yep, absolutely. I don't have my notes, unfortunately, in front of me on the exact numbers for a typical fireworks show, but I believe they're in the neighborhood of 120 to 140 decibels at the explosion point. So the shells we're using for this are really more akin to what you would use or what you might see at a rock and roll concert, on a stage at an indoor venue. That's literally the type of shell, the scale we're using because of the close proximity of really everything in that neighborhood. You don't get the fall zone that you would have in a larger space. And the decibel level at the explosion point of the fireworks or the pyrotechnics we're going to use is only 80 decibels. And that's at the explosion point, which would be, several hundred feet up into the air, or maybe 150 to 200 feet in the air, something like that. And to put it in perspective, I believe our decibel level limit for events at Breeze is 85 decibels. And so the shells would be exploding at a level under the prescribed limit that we have for the facility.
Thanks. Are there questions for our speaker or for Eric? Moira, you're unmuted.
Thank you. So I'm no pyrotechnics expert, and I don't think I saw this in the packet. Is there a concern, given that this is a historic building, and you're shooting off explosives in a historic building? Are we concerned about damage to the structure at all?
I would say that I have no concerns about damage to the structure itself. The shells being shot upward. I mean, the real risk to the structure in using pyrotechnics is fire. And again, Madison Fire has, I don't know how much of a plan they have reviewed. I know they've conceptually talked about it with Vern, giving him a lot of the regulatory framework that kind of sizes appropriately. And that's where Vern was talking about different sizes shells. The sound is also kind of mostly correlates. There are shells that intentionally are louder, but mostly the sound is also good evidence or good proxy for size, and also then incendiary debris and or fallout. So these kind of the best equivalent I can think of was looking at the size and trying to compare them was like Vern said a rock concert. I also think like the Milwaukee Bucks. If you see the fireworks they do inside the arena, they shoot up in the arena ceiling.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
As far as size and complexity, I'm not saying they're exactly that, but this is certainly not a Mallard's fireworks show, and certainly not a Shake the Lake scaled show. As far as size and so, quite frankly, I don't even know what the temperature of the explosion is at that 150 feet above the stadium, but I'm quite certain that the risk of fire to the facility is essentially none. The fire department is very much concerned about that issue, just from a neighbor perspective, and they'll make sure that's part of the permit conditions. And Vern might have more from fire in his conversations with them so far, but I've been kept abreast that they are supportive of the construct in which he's planning for.
Yeah, and if I may, Eric, I'd like to add that the shells are also designed to completely disintegrate before they hit the ground. And so I think your comparison to what you'd see at a Milwaukee Bucks game is correct. And I think that's an important thing to note, that both from a debris perspective and from a damage to property, breeze or otherwise, that we're launching a really small scale show. We're playing with some ideas to kind of bring a little life to it. Like, honestly, we're almost a little bit concerned that people aren't going to be blown away by the pyrotechnics display. So we're working on things like possibly adding drones that would do an LED light show along with the pyrotechnics display, and of course live music accompanying the music or accompanying the pyrotechnics. So we're working to make sure that it's an enjoyable, interesting experience. And we're almost concerned that the pyrotechnics element is not going to be impressive enough to satisfy the normal person looking for a pyrotechnics show. I think this is really going to be focused on a little bit different attendee than we had at Shake the Lake, or even, a Mallard Saturday Night Fireworks show. This is going to be, a little bit more laid back music, a little bit more laid back pyrotechnics. And I think this drone piece that we're working on could be pretty compelling as well.
Thank you.
All right. Alder Skidmore, you're unmuted.
Yes, and maybe Eric partially answered my question. since there's pyrotechnics, explosives, heat generating devices, is it safe to assume that the fire department would have to sign off on any specific proposal, date, and equipment, methods, materials, etc.?
Certainly, that this would still and like I said, Vern could speak to when he first talked to fire. They have to have a relationship with them from Mallards and Shake the Lake on firework permitting. So it's not just sign off; it's the issuance of a permit that would be required from Madison Fire. And in fact, we have to issue a permit for fireworks as well for fireworks in a park. And our permit for fireworks in a park is conditioned on two things. One is your approval. Two is fire department issuing a shooter's permit. So they absolutely have to have that plan approved with specificity to meet what I think is a pretty stringent but rational. It's a very, very, very scientific approach that Madison Fire takes to these things. I know when back in the days of moving the Mallard show around from out in the parking lot and over and back and forth, like the fallout zones and things like that are very much, they are pyrotechnic regulatory experts, and they do it quite well.
Okay, and then just a quick follow-up, then any specific proposal would come before this body for a specific approval. We're not approving anything tonight, correct? My reading of the request, my hope for the request was to get the temperature of the commission and to see how it would react. I certainly think it is within the purview of the commission to approve it conditionally tonight. I think it's also within the purview to say it needs to come back with a specific proposal. We would never we don't ever recommend approval of specific firework things. It's another one of my long list of traditions of staff don't support or oppose firework shows. We look for things like neighborhood and alder engagement, and if fire says it can be done safely, we try not to wade into the waters of fireworks more than we have to from a staff perspective, because we're not the experts. In fire, we look at fire for safety. We look at commission for the whole public balancing act, right? Because there would definitely be a large number of folks who would love to come to such a show. There could be neighbors who don't like it. I would say that Vern has done, as normal with Tenny Lapham and beyond in the listserv, a solid reach out on the plans and intent here. And I think the hardest thing, Alder Skidmore, for a date, I'd actually ask Vern to weigh in on his perspective, is the uncertainty around meeting dates for this body and the uncertainty about when regulations will be lifted. I think it's incredibly optimistic. I'll even say overly optimistic to presume this could occur on July 3rd. But I think that would be the biggest concern about not having any form of conditional approval to work with. Thank you.
If I may, Alder Skidmore, that our hope is to get an approval tonight. I think the one thing that we've learned here in the last week is, for instance, the order update that came out on Monday allowing drive-in theaters was something that you'll see later on the agenda from the Mallards. We had been planning on opening up a drive-in theater concept at the ballparks for about 6 weeks. We've been working on a plan. And we thought internally that plan was going to probably go public, actually be open to the public optimistically. We thought it was going to be late June or early July before we could actually open that possible operation up. And then all of a sudden we found out on Monday that we could open it up on Monday. So I don't think any of us know exactly what's coming down the line here. I agree with Eric. It is unlikely that we're able to do this event on July 3rd. But if we are to try to do it sometime even within a month of that, we really need to be able to start pursuing formally our approvals from the fire department. That's typically an 8-week process. I'm confident that we can compress that a little bit with fire. But it is something that for us to have some flexibility and freedom here to do this when we need to is our hope tonight. And our hope is that we can address any concerns you might have.
Great. Alder Heck, I see your hand is raised and you're unmuted.
Thank you. I have kind of a spotty internet connection, so if I get cut off, I'll come back. Thanks, and this is my first Board of Parks Commissioner meeting because I always have conflicting meetings of some type, so it's nice to virtually meet some of you. I just wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions. Eric and Vern both have answered them to a certain degree. As was mentioned, I was supportive of the concept for the July 3rd event, as was the Neighborhood Association Council. And but I'd like to hear just a little bit about future approvals. Let's say tonight you decide not to issue a blanket approval through May 21st, although I'm not opposed to that necessarily, to approving this tentatively and through May 21st or whatever the date was. And but I'd like to know what approvals would be needed otherwise. It sounds like if it were approved tonight, this event would not be seen by your body because it would fit within the contract other than the pyrotechnics. If it's not approved, it comes back and you approve the pyrotechnics aspect of it. But I think I'd like to hear from Vern probably what other process he envisions once the event is formulated. It would be an engagement with the neighborhood association as you've often done in the past. And would there be any other engagement or approval that you'd need other than fire department, let's say?
Yeah, I think my understanding of it would be, obviously, I think it goes without saying that nothing happens without public health signing off on whatever our plan is. So that will, I think, in any scenario, that will be the next step that we pursue. We're already in loose dialogue with them on this topic. There's more pertinent things that we're dealing with them right now on more specifically, but this is on their radar, and they know it's coming. So that's a starting point. I would say that once we get clarity from them and we're able to pick a date out and an outline for an event that works within whatever their guidelines may be, that then we would come to the TLNA at the appropriate time there, assuming that there's a meeting at the time that we're ready to go with this. And then we would probably simultaneously be seeking approval from fire for a permit, working with Madison Police, mostly related to traffic and any concerns they might have about traffic, and then groups congregating both inside and outside of the facility. And we've already started that discussion, of course, as well, and they are supportive of our concept, but we don't really have a final event for them to review yet, so we haven't gotten their final blessing. Street use would be another committee that we would be going to, and then we would, of course, be working with parks staff and that kind of thing. And I think that we said we would notify the Alder as well. So I think those would check all the boxes that we would have to produce this event. Am I missing anything, Eric?
I don't believe so. So that's definitely the approval bodies from the city. This body needs to approve it if there were pyrotechnics inside a breeze. And I do want to be very, very clear that under the contract, if the pyrotechnics were from the buildings around the facility but not in it, it's my interpretation and the city attorney's interpretation that this contract provision is not enforced. That contract provision was put in for the commission to have the oversight of when and if pyrotechnics are to be used at Breeze. And so then the fire and public health are the two big administrative reviews. There's not a specific board or commission I can think of beyond this one that would approve it. Saying something happening potentially with the street closures could lead to a street use commission item as well.
Yep.
Okay. I appreciate all those answers, and I have faith that Vern and Big Top will appropriately engage the neighborhood as they have for all these years of being at at Breeze now, and don't anticipate a lack of engagement in that respect. And so I can't speak for the neighborhood association in terms of the extended timeline, but I remain supportive of the concept as it's been described so far. Thanks.
Thank you. Madeline, you're unmuted. Oh, no, you're not unmuted. Wait, now you're unmuted. Oh.
You likely were prompted to unmute yourself if you had muted yourself at one point and now you are unmuted. Yeah, there you go.
I just wanted to say that we've had experiences with in the past with events where the neighborhood association was engaged and informed and approved, and then there were issues raised after the fact. So that if the event came back to the park commission, there were some concerns raised. I guess I would just like to say that I think in some neighborhoods, and I don't know about Alder Heck's district, but there's some neighborhoods in which the neighborhood association is not considered to represent all of the neighborhood. So I would hope that the Alder would reach out to his larger constituency or hers to make sure that there's more engagement and information circulating than just at the board level of the neighborhood association.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I think that's an excellent point. And the Tenny Lapham Neighborhood Association is, I think, more representative than your average neighborhood association, but I can think just off the top of my head about even neighbors nearby Breeze Stevens that aren't plugged in. So I appreciate that comment, and we'll take it to heart.
So this item was presented for discussion and possible recommendation. And as Alder Skidmore pointed out, the request is for approval to do a pyrotechnic display between now and May 1st of 2021. So there could be a motion to that effect, or there could be other motions. Al, I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the motion. There is nothing that bringing it back to the commission for a specific time and date is going to change the commission's role as far as proving the ability for pyrotechnics. So the need to come back to the commission, I think, is sort of nebulous, but the need for an approval subject to the alderperson, the neighborhood association, and neighbors engaged in the neighborhood process, approving a specific event with fire and parks and other city agencies required sign off is what needs to happen. That's what I would say with a motion.
So can you maybe state your motion for Joanne?
Okay, subject to the alderperson, the neighborhood association, engaging local residents about a specific date for an event, fire department approval, parks approval, and other required city agency approvals for a specific event, with no requirement to return back to us for approval.
And so the motion would be to approve the pyrotechnic event subject to those further and approval steps. Is there anyone who wants to second Al's motion? Madeline, you're unmuted.
I will.
Oh. Now you're really unmuted. I'm sorry.
I second that motion.
Great. Thank you. Is there discussion? Alder Skidmore, you are unmuted.
Thank you. And I cannot support this motion, and unless I get clarification, I did not hear specifically what type of pyrotechnics, how many, how long they would last, anything specific. I don't think we have enough here to make an intelligent, informed decision. And I think that we would be remiss to allow an open-ended approval like this, even if it would have to come back to the alder. I think that's a big, we're not doing our due diligence by signing off on this without the details. And I may speak to that further, but I feel very uncomfortable signing off on anything this general.
Sorry, hang on. Madeline, go ahead.
Yeah, I was willing to support Al Martin's motion, because the neighborhood association's letter assumes an 80% an 80 decibel level pyrotechnics. And having looked a little at the permits today, I think if that's a limitation, that will be adequate to keep the pyrotechnics within the space and quality that I would be comfortable with it, at least. But I appreciate Alder Skidmore's concern, and would hope that the process that was outlined in Al's motion would be adequate, particularly as to the 80 decibel level decibels that's in the neighborhood association letter.
Any other discussion? All right. I don't see any further discussion. We have a motion and a second. So I think let's continue voting in the manner that we have. We will ask for permission to record a unanimous approval subject to hands being raised. I see Alder Skidmore's hand is raised. And Alder Skidmore, your mic is unmuted. I am assuming you wish to oppose the motion.
I strongly oppose this motion. I think it's a bad idea, and I'm requesting a roll call vote.
Very well. So I will unmute all the panelists. Joanne, will you do the roll call vote?
Sure will. All right. Now, do I include you, Emily?
I don't. Madeline is nodding her head. I was thinking only if there's a tie, but I'm also happy to, if that's not the right.
I think that's the case.
Okay.
All right. Then I will do everyone else. Moira Harrington.
Aye.
Alder Hennick.
No.
Madeline Leopold.
Aye.
Al Martin.
Aye.
Alder Skidmore.
No.
And Venus Washington.
Aye.
Okay, I have 4 ayes and 2 noes.
Agreed. All right, thanks. 19 is approved. Let's move to item 20. That's the Madison Mallard's informational reports regarding the 2020 fan access plan, neighborhood impact plan, and responsible alcohol consumption action plan at Warner Park. We have Mr. Stenman registered to speak, and Your mic is open, Fern. Thanks.
Yeah, I think very similar to Breeze, we've worked hard with the neighborhood to develop these plans. It's encouraged that dialogue, and nothing major from a shift perspective. And I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda in front of me right now. Is the promotional submittal in this?
This one is, no, that's 21.
That's in 21, okay.
Yep. So this is just the fan access plan, alcohol consumption plan.
Got it. Yeah, we're proud of these plans. They've worked well for us. We've taken them and used them across the state and other operations that we run. And honestly, I think it's a neat story in that it came from 15, 16 years ago, and new challenges developing for us that we worked with the Parks Department, the Police Department, and Fire to develop ways to look at this. And the Alder that, used to be Alder Rhodes Conway was actually instrumental in putting a lot of this language together 10 years ago. And so we're proud of these documents. I think they've worked well, and they've provided a strong connection, I think, with our neighborhood.
Great, thank you. Alder Abbas, did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Great, you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Vernstenman. You mentioned about you reach out to neighbor association. I was looking into Mallard Annual Neighborhood Impact Plan, and in the plan it says you reach out annually to Northside Planning Council, which I do believe it's not a neighborhood association.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So I would like to know which neighborhood association on Northside did you reach out beside Northside Planning Council, which is a stakeholder on Northside?
I do not know off the top of my head. My general manager manages those relationships directly, and I'd have to get in touch with him and get back to you on which neighborhood associations he deals with. So I apologize. I do not know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more question. So I just want to bring this in attention of Park Commission. I heard from quite a bit of neighbors and neighbor association. Historically, as I'm newly elected alder, I don't know the past, how the Mallard conducted those games. I truly support those games, and I also attended several of them, and I love watching outdoor activities. But what I heard from neighbor associations, they are not part of those decision-making process, and they heard secondhand information from Northside Planning Council. So I want to bring this in attention of this commission. So we should make sure Northside neighborhood associations are part of this process moving forward. Thank you.
Is that Alder Abbas? Is that what's the name of the neighborhood association or the neighborhood associations that we?
So there's a several neighbor association is attached to that particular area. The one is really right in the, I believe, west side is Brentwood Neighborhood Association next to the Warner Park. And then if you go across the Warner Park towards north side, where you have Willie Street Co-op, Northside Co-op now, sorry, excuse me. That's Sherman Neighborhood Association. These both neighborhood associations share, and then you have a Warner Park as a whole. Then you don't have anything neighbor association on the other side, I mean, north side of the Mallard ground, and further east you have a road. So I think two neighbor association in this particular situation could be Sherman Neighbor Association as well as Brentwood Neighborhood Association.
Thank you. Thanks. Are there any other questions for Mr. Stenman? All right. Seeing none, could I get a motion and a second for item 20, which is, the recommendation from staff is acceptance of the report. So it would be a motion to accept the report. I see Al Martin. Thank you.
I'm not making a motion to accept the report. Based on the Alder's statements, I feel that maybe this should be referred to a next meeting based on the fact that the neighborhood associations have been contacted, and that might be the case for the next item. So.
Great. So your motion is to refer item 20 to the June Parks Commission meeting.
Yes, to allow for neighborhood association input. And I might say the same thing for the next one. It's the same constituency. So.
Understood. I see Alder Skidmore's hand, and you're unmuted, Alder Skidmore.
Thank you, and thank you, Al, for bringing that up. I had the same concern. If I might be able to direct a question at Alder Abbas about this as to how he would feel about having this referred so the neighborhood associations could be contacted. I do think that this is an important, this is not trivial. This is important to get the neighborhoods involved because I believe that we received some community input from individuals that were not 100% pleased some of the plans.
I thank you very much, Alder Skidmore and Commissioner Al Martin. I appreciate if we take that step and involve neighbor association, at least make it more inclusive and address their concerns. That will be great. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
So, Joanne, do you have the motion then to refer? Great. All right. So, Madeline.
I believe you need a second, in which case I would second Al's motion.
Great. Actually, I was thinking that Alder Skidmore had seconded it. But why don't, Joanne, can we record Madeline with the second, if that's okay? Okay. Thank you. Alder Skidmore, your hand is up. I'm going to unmute you.
I was not sure that I heard Al Martin specifically move for referral. Can we just clarify that he did move that item?
That was my understanding. Let me unmute Al and you can confirm. My understanding of the motion was to refer to the June commission meeting.
Yes, it was contingent on making contact with all affected neighborhood associations prior to any consideration. So.
Good, thank you. All right. I would like to record Al Martin's motion as passing unanimously. Are there any objections?
Can I ask one thing quick? I'm sorry. I know that I'm out of order here, probably. Yeah, I'll allow it briefly, please. So due to the virus, we weren't able to get this to the Parks Commission until today. I think that originally we had hoped to bring it in February. I think there was a significant agenda in February. And then, the subsequent meetings were canceled, I believe. And I don't quote me on that. Obviously, you guys know better than I do. But this is a clause in our use agreement for the facility. And I don't know if this would impact our ability to host events if we don't have this piece. Obviously, I don't have a concern with the intent of what you guys are trying to do here. I think that we need to have a better answer as it relates to the connection with the neighborhood associations. I know that historically, both the Brentwood and Sherman neighborhood associations have been supportive of us, but I'll admit that I'm flat-footed on a better answer to your concerns that are absolutely valid, but I don't know exactly what the implications would be. And I think the reason that we always had the earlier requirement for us to bring this to Parks was to allow us time to fix this type of issue if it did come up. I'm confident that we can fix this issue, and I would ask if there is a different potential solution that may allow for an approval of this contingent upon us getting a sign off from the Alder and from the neighborhood association to allow us to not have any challenges regarding hosting events.
Eric, you have your hand up?
I was going to say, to answer Vern's question here, the contract requirement is that you shall submit by March 1st of the year the plan. It does not, I want to be very clear here. I don't think I've ever spoken with Alder Abbas about it, the specific contract. There is no decision-making process as far as being prescriptive of the stadium's use. Like as far as capacity, the agreement allows for a reduction in capacity if the Mallards are unable to secure and demonstrate sufficient parking off the site. And I guess I would say I certainly would like, if folks have heard from folks who have concerns, it would be good to have me have that awareness of that as well, so that we can try to address them. I don't believe I've heard anything this year. But under the contract, Vern, the requirement incumbent on you is to submit by March 1st. These are, in fact, if you look historically in the record, they were listed as informational for a number of years. It is certainly my recommendation that they be approved. I think it is better form than just informational items. But I don't read anything in the contract that would preclude you from operating without an acceptance from the body. We can certainly get a formal opinion from the city attorney, but that is not the requirement as I read it or I've known it historically. And it is notably different than Bree Stevens, which I contracted into there being a requirement when I worked with you on that contract.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions on Al's motion to refer item 20? Seeing none, I'll ask if anyone objects to recording the referral motion as unanimously approved. Again, seeing no objection, we'll record it that way and move to item 21. Thank you. Item 21 is the request by vernstenman Madison Mallards for fireworks and other promotions for the 2020 Mallards baseball season at Warner Park. We have Mr. Stenman again as a registered speaker. Thanks for sticking with us on this one, and you are unmuted.
Thank you. As you probably notice, if you do take a look at the document, it's very similar to what a lot of commissioners have seen from us in previous years. The major changes are this year, obviously related to the uncertainty created by the pandemic. We are pursuing drive-in movies at the stadium. And as I referenced earlier, we got an approval on that earlier than expected. We do already have approval from Public Health, Madison and Dane County, and from the city attorney's office to host these events. We've already submitted the plan to those bodies, and they were amazingly prompt in approving it based on their interpretation of the current guidelines. And so we are that is one of the elements in that plan, as well as the possibility of drive-in fireworks. Now that we have not gotten approval for a drive-in fireworks show at Warner, but we are requesting the ability to potentially reschedule our 6 dates. Several of them are on dates that we're most likely not to play. And so we do want the ability to host the same number of shows that we've hosted for the last several years, but with the ability to change those dates as needed, and then possibly even modify them into kind of free community events where people are allowed to drive into the parking lot, we do the show, and people leave. And again, that would only happen if we do get a blessing from Public Health and the city attorney. So I believe those are the 2 major changes in the documents, and I'd love to answer any questions you might have about that.
I just have one quick question, Vern. Just to be clear, the drive-in would only, cars would only be in the parking lot. You're not having cars come into the ballpark.
No, it would actually be on the outfield grass. Is our proposal, and we would take on any maintenance that would be created because of any damage. But we'd also be very aggressive at closing or canceling any given events that have have rain, basically, that could create any damage to the field. We hope that we're going to be playing baseball this year, and we do not want to, and we will not host events at this facility that are going to impact our ability to play baseball. And it's our belief that we can, manage that well. Now, there's also a public health concern here. The idea that we can contain people inside the stadium is actually more attractive. If we did do this in the parking lot, for instance, there's some concern about how we would manage, gatherings throughout the park, because we did certainly look at the possibility of hosting it with people driving into parking spots in the parking lot. But one of the concerns that came up there was that we could have a lot of people from the neighborhood coming to the event and congregating, and that may be very difficult. We might be creating kind of an attractive nuisance. By keeping it inside the walls of the stadium, the video board that we would be using is not really visible outside of the stadium. We'd be using an FM transmitter to send the volume out, so there would be no amplification of sound at these events. So I think they'd be, a very low impact on the neighborhood. And we're probably looking at 75 to 100 cars for a show is about the top that it looks like we can fit into the field. We would stay out of the infield grass, specifically in the areas of kind of higher use, to make sure that we're not causing any damage to those areas that are a little bit more delicate as well. So that's kind of the ins and outs of the plan.
Thanks. Madeline.
I wanted to ask Eric, who must have the contract in front of him, what are the rules in the Mallards contract with respect to fireworks? Are there limits on the number, or how does that work?
I had it. Hold on. I was reading it a moment ago. Let's go back. There it is. There are a lot of files in the world. So I don't remember right off the top, so since we'll dig through here. My recollection is, that's what I thought. So the firework display, this is why on this item, number 21, number 20 was the recommended acceptance of the report, which is kind of said from the contract informational. This item is a little different because the agreement with or the agreement for Warner with the fireworks does not authorize fireworks in and of itself. If the Mallards intend on providing fireworks display at the conclusion of the game, they should submit a request and to me, and they would come to you with those seeking those approvals. The six the Byrne mentions has been what's been approved for, I think, the last 5 years, since around the time Albert Park went away, is my recollection. That was actually a request, essentially a request to former Mayor Sogman to try to add back a firework event somewhere we were losing one. That's my recollection. Vern, it's been 6 for 5 years, you think? Is that about right?
I think so. I think that was tied into when Shake the Lake moved, and then also when one of the West Side shows moved, and the idea was at that time to get coverage on the North Side for a show, and that's when I think we moved to 6.
That is my recollection as well. And the fireworks shows, I haven't seen anything this year, but and again, I do want to point out here that the staff from the staff perspective, we regret that we didn't put this on the busy February agenda, because they were the documents before you were submitted at that time. Well, they've been modified slightly since. But yeah, so firework displays do need to be approved by the commission. And I have not, again, that's where I'd ask about the concerns from if people have those. If I can know about them, that's great, because as I sit here today, I would still say at this point with fireworks, I haven't heard any concerns from the North Side. The last conversation I had was with some of the representatives of Wild Warner, who at the time felt that the Mallards were still running that pretty well. But yeah, this one does require for the Mallards to get a fireworks permit. This is going back to Breeze again. For us to issue a permit, we need your approval and fire department to approve for fireworks in a park.
The reason I was asking that question was that in the neighborhood impact plan under noise and fireworks, it lists 4 fireworks shows each year in 2010, 11, 12. And then it moved and came back in 13, but I don't see any indication that there were more than 4. And I think Dolores Kester's email to the Park Commission indicated that 6 was an increase. So I was interested in checking on that.
I can get that. I can definitely pull. We can pull through the documents from the prior years. I'll pull it up. One of the advantages of setting a computer, it's not a laptop, but I am fairly confident that the number 6 has been the number for a few years. Let's go back to. $2019. Vern, do you remember what month you came into 2019? Was that February?
I believe so. I'm looking here too, Eric, to see if I can find my submittals to you.
2019 fireworks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Definitely 6 in 2019. Legislative file 54526. 2018, I'm going to guess February again. They're pretty predictable this way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in 2018, legislative file 50469. Anyway, I can certainly keep going back here, but I'm pretty certain that the number listed on this has been 6 since. Let's just go back to 2016, see if I grab that.
I have a recollection, Eric, that one year there was a request for 7 and we decided to keep it at 6.
I believe that is true. I didn't want to say that without the document, but I do kind of recall that. 2016, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 2016 there's 6 as well. So that gets me to 4 years. Let's see if I can get to 2015. Maybe we'll be right. Or I'll be right in remembering, which is rare. But yes, it's been quite some time. So again, I don't have the email from Ms. Custer in front of me, or the communication. I don't believe I've seen it, but I can certainly say that this board has acted, from my recollection, during my tenure as a superintendent, with 6 being pretty consistent. I do recall conversations about more at one point, and that was turned down. I recall us, the Mallards requesting to go out to the bigger fields at one point, doing that, and then after some negative feedback, listening to that negative feedback and moving back within the parameters of the stadium for the fireworks. It was too reminiscent of the aforementioned happily retired Rhythm and Booms event. That I think was the concern, but I'm trying to think of other firework issues specifically that I recall.
The proposal this year, if it matters too, I think 2 of the shows are on the 3rd and 4th of July, and I think that was, a few years back, that was part of the push. Obviously, when there was Rhythm and Booms, we didn't have fireworks around the 4th at the ballpark. And with the shakeup of that event over the years, we started filling that in. I think my recollection personally is that there was actually a push from the north side for us to host something in that time period. If we could, and that, for whatever it's worth, those two events that we typically host around the 3rd and 4th of July, pending the calendar, for the last 5 years have been two of our most popular games of the year, and have been very well received. And I think that if there is a time that a neighborhood may receive fireworks with a more open mind than others, it is typically around that time period. And so I think that has been strategically the reason we've put two of our 6 shows in that time frame.
Thanks. Any other questions for Vern or Eric on this item? Great. I think we're ready for a motion. I'll ask for a motion in a second. The recommendation from staff is to approve the request in item 21. Al, go ahead.
I'd like to get some feedback from the alder regarding this. I think the issue with this is similar to the issue with the previous item, but I'd want him to confirm that.
Yeah, absolutely. Alder Abbas?
Yep, you're spot on. I was a little confused here because last agenda item we asked them to go to, we delay it while this is an opportunity for neighbors to provide feedback. Here we are approving fireworks, but I think so it's important for the neighbors to, I do not have a lot of concerns about that because they're already doing those activity there, including if historically they were doing 6 fireworks, they're planning to do the same amount. I do not see any problem or any concerns from me, but I think so it's really important for the neighbors to be involved, neighbor association, in this process. So it will be nice if they can re-engage Sherman Neighborhood and Brentwood Neighbor Association in this process.
Alder Skidmore.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. I'll move referral to the next meeting.
There's a motion to refer. Al?
Second.
If I may again, President.
Take 1 minute, please.
Yeah. I would request the commission to consider, at a minimum, hopefully approving our drive-in movie concept. Our lack of ability to do that would honestly be devastating to our business. And we're close to securing all the approvals we need. There's not going to be amplification. We're putting 100 cars a night into the parking lot around us. I know we're not using that specifically. Hosts 1,100 cars or can park 1,100 cars. So we're not creating a significant traffic impact. We've got police support. We've got fire support. And I understand that we need to engage more with the alder, and these are reasonable points. But I would honestly beg for the commission to consider an amendment to allow for the drive-in movies, because we need something to keep our business afloat right now.
Eric?
I would, and I recognize Vern being somewhat out of order there, but I was trying to get my hand up. I would concur. I mean, I think limiting fireworks and coming back is fine, but staff owns some of the delay on this conversation. It sounds like having Tyler present and frankly getting on the record the concerns that neighbors have is fine. But as frankly as I can say it, every single partner we are working with, so the Beer Garden, Tyler Leeper, Brittingham, Camp Randall Rowing, Mendota Yacht Club, every single one of them is reaching out to me with concerns about their viability. And I understand the business models, I think, fairly well, having negotiated contracts. I don't want to speak. Vern said the word begging. I'm telling you that I think limiting the ability to sustain sponsorships, and making good on commitments to a tenant, limiting their ability to bring in any revenue or sustain revenue is of concern to me as we look at contracts that are going to substantially be impacted in some way, shape, or form. And this is coming from the perspective of it's a very long-term tenant who I have not seen the specifics of concerns, but they are, the number of people who visit Warner are quite limited. I would just offer the Vern indicated thing about events. I would suggest perhaps something along the lines of the drive-in movies being approved through the next meeting of the Board of Park Commissioners, barring any amplification, and obviously no fireworks, or something along those lines. Because Vern and I have had conversations. The drive-in movie concept was one that was workable from my chair to work towards, and I think it is a paramount concern to me in my chair to have a business with the relationship we have and the commitments to this facility wavering in the current climate when I don't think there is much of a chance of baseball in the way we know Mallard's baseball occurring this year. And I apologize for being out of order. I myself, I was trying to get in order before the motion, so I'll stop there.
Okay. Alderman Pinnock?
Yes, I won't support the motion to refer this item. I think that we've seen from this group, I think especially we're going to see significant issues for this group of businesses in our city in the next year. I will absolutely support the drive-in theater concept. And I think that seeing that we've referred others, I think the message has been sent that neighborhood associations need to be taken into account and more communication needs to be given. But I think we're asking a lot of a valued member of our community who is asking for something that they've done in the past that's not something that's necessarily out of line in any way, shape, or form. And I think we need to be very cognizant of the burden that we're putting on some organizations that are really going to struggle in the next year. I mean, already struggling, but are really going to be struggling in the next year. And they're doing that for our benefit because this is a community health issue, and businesses are being asked to dial back their services and the things that they're providing in order to benefit the community by, contributing to the stoppage of this virus. So I would say the message has been sent, and I would strongly support approving this as is.
Alder Abbas?
Thank you very much. The intent to involve neighborhood association and make this process more inclusive was not to hurt any business. Mallard is I will say, landmark, or it will trademark for Northside. When people think about Northside, they think about Mallard. There is a lot of support for Mallard games on the Northside, including iExpress. I attended those events. The problem here is the neighbors sometimes felt like they kept out from the process and they are not being treated as the other neighborhood association the way the same organization or same event management company engage with others. So it's important to engage neighborhood association, but at the same time, I understand what Eric is saying, and I would like to agree with him to if this is really essential for their business to have drive-through for movies, to make an amendment and move forward with the drive-through, but still we'll allow them, ask them to come back and talk about firework and other discussion around it. So that's pretty much from my side. Thanks.
Thank you. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you, and thank you again, Alder Abbas, for your clarifications. I find Eric's comments about the viability of the business very compelling, and but I also agree about the importance of including the neighborhood association. As the maker of the motion, I don't have standing to amend my own motion, but I would accept a friendly amendment to refer everything except the drive-through to the next meeting, so that we would have the opportunity to discuss the fireworks, after the neighborhood association had an opportunity to weigh in. So, but I would support allowing the drive-in movie portion to be approved now. And with that, I'll stop talking.
Thanks. Al?
I agree with Paul on this. At the same time, I've worked with Vern for many years as a city planner on mostly everything that happened at Mallard Stadium. And Vern does know, or should realize, the viability or the requirement to work with neighborhood associations. It's just unfortunate that it comes up at this time to present itself as a problem, and it shouldn't have. So, and again, the city's always maintained its position about input from neighborhood associations. And I have to remind Vern that he needs to pay a little bit more due diligence in the future to that. But I agree with Skidmore, we could do that. I don't know if I can amend the motion as a seconder. I'm not sure. So,
Alder Hennick?
Yes, I move to amend the motion to exclude the drive-in movie theater aspect as a referral, so that it is not referred, that's approved, and the rest of the motion would stand.
All right, so we have a motion to refer and an amendment to only refer the portions that don't relate to drive-in movies, which I think would require us to need a new motion to approve the remaining items. So is there a second on Zach's amendment, Moira?
I would second Alder Hennick's amendment to the motion, if that's proper here.
All right. Eric, your hand is up before we vote on the amendment. Okay, you're withdrawing your hand. Is there any discussion on Alder Hennick's amendment to the motion? Seeing no hands, our process will be to unanimously approve the amendment, subject to hands going up to object. So the amendment is approved unanimously. So we now have an amended motion to refer those portions of item 21 that don't relate to drive-in movies. Is there any discussion on the amended motion? All right, seeing no hands on the amended motion, are there objections to recording the amended motion as unanimously approved? All right, seeing no hands, the referral motion is approved. I now would request a motion and a second on the balance of the item. Alder Skidmore.
I move approval on the balance of the open items, specifically the drive-in movie. I move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion, that motion? Al Martin.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the drive-in movie request. Is there discussion on that motion? All right, seeing no hands, is there objection to recording that? Any objection to recording the motion as unanimously approved? All right, seeing no hands, Joanne, we can record that portion of item 21 as unanimously approved. I'd like to suggest just a 5-minute recess if everybody is okay with that. If we could come back at 8:40, I think. Don't do anything to your screen, but I would like everybody to have a chance to get a drink of water or whatever it is they need to do. If that's all right. Thanks. Joanne, do we have any other registrants than what I have 3 for the item 22?
Well, there were more than 3 registrants, but there is no one new.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're right. Yep. Sorry, there are 9.
I see 7. 7 registrants.
Okay.
And this is the one that has those 3 with potential.
Gotcha. Yep.
Documents.
So I have 6 who say they want to speak and 4 who say they don't. But we'll.
The one does say I don't want to speak, but I'm available to answer questions. They would get a link and can join. So
that's good, because the one that did not wish to speak but is available for answering questions, that's one who had.
Who sent you the presentation?
Yes.
Yep. So you'll want to call on that person when it comes to it. We have this sorted so that the actual do not want to speak stay at the bottom. So you don't have to jump in between them.
Emily, did you need the new registration list?
Madison Comprehensive Plan. The staff recommendation is to return to lead with recommendation for approval to the Plan Commission. We have a number of registrants on this item, so I will give them in the order that they're on my list. So the first is Maggie Free Spirit, 2302 Coolidge Street. Neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. My name's Maggie Free Spirit. I live in Eakin Park, just east of Oscar Mayer. First of all, I do want to voice my support for the project overall. I think it'll be fantastic when the plan comes together. The one thing I'm concerned about is I want to talk tonight about my support of protecting the entire 30 acres of the Hartmeyer natural area to protect the wetlands and the surrounding uplands. In prior public meetings, I've heard the city employees saying that protecting a smaller amount of it, like 13 acres, meets the requirement for the required amount of parkland for the amount of proposed residents. I do want to point out that just meeting the minimum does not mean that we cannot go above and beyond. To that point also, the wetlands to me are not parkland. This is not a green monoculture manicured lawn. The Hartmeyer natural area is an entire ecosystem, and the wetlands surrounding it are a key element to the health of the ecosystem. It's an area that attracts birds, including migratory birds, animals, amphibians, a variety of plants, and smaller microscopic organisms. To take away any part of that ecosystem is to diminish the whole. This is part of a wildlife corridor and should be protected in its entirety. I've also heard that it will be a financial burden to not develop it. I get that if property is not developed, less money can be made on it. However, if you look long-term instead of short-term, it's obvious that this area is priceless. Dane County has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last few years to purchase wetlands because the county recognizes the inherent value in them. One example is in January of this year, they purchased 79 acres in the town of Middleton. In their press release, they said they protected the wetlands and the associated uplands because both together are a critical component of flood mitigation. If Dane County can recognize the value of wetlands in dollars, why can't the city? I also believe that the wetland and surrounding uplands help mitigate stormwater flooding. I've also heard from the city at open houses that with the new stormwater rules, stormwater can't be directed towards the wetlands, so there's no need to preserve them. And that is as it should be. We should not be sending rain and floodwater to the wetland area. However, given that the city has recognized climate change and says that we will continue to have more rain and more significant rain events, the wetland area is significant in storing and filtrating water that naturally runs into it. On the Oscar Mayer plan, Objective 8 on page 7 says, enhance water quality and quantity through best management practices for stormwater and enhance the wetland to boost it as a key asset. The Oscar Mayer plan also references the city's green and resilient facet of the comprehensive plan and states as a goal to improve lake and streamwater quality, improve and preserve biodiversity through an interconnected greenway and habitat system. The Hartmeyer area is a greenway and habitat system. A habitat also includes the uplands. In conclusion, I'd just like you to keep in mind this is a biodiverse ecosystem we're talking about, not parkland. We should be looking at it as something different than a city park. It's home to tiny creatures as well as being part of a wildlife area and wildlife corridor. In planning for climate change and significant rain events, the entire wetland area is important. It may be a small wetland, but all wetlands ultimately protect rivers and streams by being filters and storing stormwater. It may cost the developers money to not develop it, but in the long run, it will cost the city and the developers even more to eliminate it. I appreciate your time and request that you protect the entire Hartmeyer natural area, considering the significant climate change and the animals and the habitat quarry that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. The next registrant is Beth Asluis. Hopefully I said that correctly. 514 Nova Way in Madison. Opposes the item and wishes to speak.
Good evening. I had requested that a video be shown during my 3 minutes. And I'm wondering, Paul, if Nicole got that to you.
I'm Joanne. I have that, and I will do my best, Beth, to bring that up here shortly. Are you ready for that right now?
I just wanted to say one short thing, that May is the American Wetlands Month, and that we should recognize and celebrate the wonderful ways that wetlands enrich the environment and also enrich all of our lives. So yes, thank you.
All right, I'll bring that up right now.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Jill Bolte-Taylor. I'm a neuroanatomist, brain scientist, author of My Stroke of Insight, A Brain Scientist's Personal Journey. On top of that, I was one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the world in 2008. When you think about the human brain is divided into two hemispheres. The left hemisphere is about the past and about the future. It's also where our anxiety and our stress circuitry lies. So when we feel uncomfortable, when we feel unsafe, it's the alarm, alert that gets set off inside of that left hemisphere, and it is our stress circuitry which wears and tears on our body. Right now, we are not just in a pandemic that is a coronavirus that is threatening us physically, but we are in a mental health crisis as well. And what that crisis actually is we are running that anxiety circuit that says, I don't feel safe, alarm, alert, oh my God, there's a virus out there, and I have no idea how my body is going to manage that. The right hemisphere is all about right here, right now. And in the present moment, we know that we're okay. In the present moment, when we bring our mind to the present, then we can make a more rational assessment and realize that we are okay. And nothing stimulates us and brings us into the right here, right now, present moment experience of our right brain better than nature. Right now, you're not just making a decision about what you're doing with an enormous piece of property. You're making a decision about what are we doing with the mental health of our community. And right now you have an environment that allows people to go in and to reduce that stress circuitry of their left hemisphere. Right now, this property is providing a mental health emergency mode where people can go and find a way to lower their anxiety. I'm encouraging you to pay very close attention to the decisions that you're making as a community right now, because it's not just that we have the opportunity to have an economic advancement through left brain values. More important than that, you have an opportunity to allow people, create an environment, create a refuge, not just for the animals and the creatures in the area, but for your community. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Beth. The next registrant is Dave Bierman, also 514 Nova Way, opposes the item and wishes to speak.
Hello.
I fully support preserving all 30 acres of the Hartmeyer as a natural wetland and wetland upland ecosystem. This property represents the last vestige of a vast wetland that extended from Windsor to the confluence of the Ohio River with Lake Monona. A wetland that has been filled, buried, polluted, and developed over the last 150 years, except for the Hartmeyer property. This former wetland farm has remained largely undeveloped while the city and the industry grew around it. Over the last several decades, defiantly returned to a wetland ecosystem as the high-capacity wells of Oscar Myers were abandoned, allowing the water table to return to its normal level. Sandhill cranes, waterfowl, songbirds, raptors, and varied wildlife have returned to this parcel, as have the city residents to share and celebrate this natural space together. Now comes the OMSAP proposal by city planning with an unyielding plan to develop this area with high-density mixed-use development that will destroy the last undeveloped remnant of this wetland area. To be sure, city planning staff identified the actual wetland area of 7 to 13 acres to be preserved as the Clean Water Act dictates. However, the plan clearly details roads and development on the adjacent wetland uplands, which will doom the wetland with runoff, infill of silt, road salt, and the like, creating a sterile wetland much like exists in several other city areas. As society and as city, we continue to move rapidly forward with rapid, high-density development in the name of improving tax base and preserving the farmland, while in actual practice, the destruction of farmland and wetland ecosystems continue by our actions and lack of transparent planning involving the citizens. There remains many developable properties and blighted areas within the city, previously developed, that are available and most importantly, do not involve the destruction of wetland ecosystems. Let's recognize the Hartmeyer property for what it is, a crown jewel wetland remnant that is prized by wildlife and city resident taxpayers alike, and represents the true intent of the Clean Water Act Preservation Act. I respectfully request this committee recognize the desire of the residents, wildlife, and the true intent of the Clean Water Act, and request city planning to amend the OMSAP plan to identify the entire 30-acre Hartmeyer property as a natural green space, wetland, and wetland upland ecosystem preserve. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Greg Padden of 2425.
How did that work?
From 2425 Superior Street. Supports the item and wishes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Greg Padden. I live about 500 yards from the area we're talking about. I moved here about 2 or 3 years ago to this street, and I moved to Madison about 15 years ago. And I'm surprised at the anti-growth, anti-development, anti-everything in the city, and this really shows in this development. The city has put a lot of time into planning this area, and taking the Hartmeyer area out of the equation will kind of gut the whole project and the plan. I've walked that property. I don't feel safe on that property. There are homeless people camping on that property, on the street. It is not something to be preserved. It's a remnant of a farm field. It is not nice to walk through. I've walked through it with my dogs. I don't feel safe there. I don't think, and we have Warner Park. We have this huge Cherokee Marsh, which is beautiful. We have Burroughs Park. We got Maple Bluff. I don't understand how these people are making these weird videos and all this stuff on this little piece of property that they don't own. It's privately owned right now. I've gone to 2 or 3 meetings, and like 2 or 3 people get up and like rant about how this piece of property is like this golden jewel. And I don't know if other people have walked through that area, but I certainly don't see that. I certainly think after moving in this area that the Hartmeyer place and the Oscar Meyer development has to go forward, because like the street going through, across Packers, and it's so isolated, you can't get to it. It's this void right now in this whole neighborhood. And I support the city plan. I think it's very well balanced. It's been well thought of. It's been talked to death. I've been to 2 or 3 meetings, and that's my view. This is the first time I've ever talked at a city meeting. And it just, after seeing this process, I don't see how anything gets done in this city. I moved here from Seattle. 5 years after I moved here, I went back to a visit. They put an entire transportation system in place. They did all these projects. And when I moved here, it took 2 years to build a library on Midvale because they didn't want to rip down some small little shack. I mean, it's ridiculous. So that's all I've got to say.
All right, thanks for coming out and hanging out and holding on to a kind of a long meeting. Next registrant is Paul Noeldner of 136 Kensington Road, representing Friends of Hartmire Natural Area, opposes the item and wishes to speak.
Paul, you might have a prompt on your screen to confirm that I just unmuted you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep, I can hear you, Paul.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say I had some display items. We can forego that for the purpose of the meeting there, hopefully in the packet in front of the commission. Thanks, Emily, and the Planning Commission. I do support the OMSAP plan in many regards as an opportunity for economic and housing development. And I agree with the prior speaker that building up, not out, should be our goal in an urban area. We shouldn't want to build on Hartmire any more than we want to build on a cornfield on the edge of town. And the nature that is close to this neighborhood is what is accessible. So it's a 100-year positive opportunity. We have a 100-year epidemic. This is a positive opportunity that has been untouched for 100 years, relatively speaking. Number 2, what is our request? We would like to have OMSAT option C adopted with option C conservation included as one of the options. Right now, there's only one option. They got rid of 2 plans that had tons of roads in there. There's one plan now with roads in there. So option C conservation has been provided to city planners and has received almost unanimous public support for saving all 30 acres. We've been working about 10 years with city alders, Madison Park staff, Dane County DNR staff, Jim Welch with Crownsville and others who know a lot about wetlands to try and save all 30 acres as a nature park and shared community space with nature recreation access compatible with the nature that's there. There are also excellent opportunities for bike and walk connections to nearby neighborhoods and citywide connections to schools and citywide bike paths and wildlife corridors, as has been mentioned. Who supports this plan? We have Sherman Neighborhood Association, strong support from a large turnout at several meetings, and Eakin Park, strong support from a large turnout at several meetings, unanimous support representing most of the OMSAP area. The neighborhood would like to see this. Madison Audubon Society sent a very strong letter on as environmentalists who understand the value of wetlands and preserving natural areas, both urban and otherwise. And International Crane Foundation supports this. Richard Balefus, the director, lives near Tenney Park and really loves that little area. I won't mention any others there. We are working as a team with Dane County, Groundswell, Applied Ecological Services, and the DNR, and the Ho-Chunk to try to bring together information to provide as part of the city plan for consideration by the public and by city alders. And our request is basically to make someone on the commission to make a motion to include option C, conservation, in the OMSAP plan for further information gathering and study. I do have a couple of other items to mention. It is, the people have said, why 30 acres? We do need wetland. We do need upland around it in order to preserve the value, which is in saving the ecosystem and the nature being enjoyed. And we also need public space there for bike paths and other things. By the time you do that, this is most valuable that way. As Applied Ecological Services says, the value of surrounding property goes up 5 to 20%, depending on, even within a 5-minute walk of everything will go up. So city tax base may well benefit from having this kind of a gem in the middle of the neighborhood. Many people do value it. It is a string of pearls, as Jim Welch with Groundswell says. By approving this motion, we are hoping that this will open the door for parks, the Parks Commission, donors, and other partners to present to the Planning Commission as part of the onset plan how a purchase could potentially be done. The Hartmeyer attorney assures us that the family is open to an offer from the city. So this is an open opportunity. I hope we take it. Please act on this by passing a motion to include option C, conservation, in the onset plan for further information gathering and study. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant, Barb Noeldner, 136 Kensington Road, opposes the item and wishes to speak.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I favor supporting the 30 acres of the Hartmeyer as a natural area. Now I live in Maple Bluff. I did grow up in Chicago area, and I always felt fortunate to live near a Cook County Forest Preserve. The Cook County Forest Preserves were founded in the early 1900s by civic leaders that had the foresight to create them as the first forest preserve in the nation. Their mission was, and I'm quoting, to acquire, restore, and manage lands for the purpose of protecting and preserving public open space with its natural wonders, significant prairies, forests, wetlands, rivers, streams, and other landscapes, with all of its associated wildlife in a natural state for the education, pleasure, and recreation of the public now and in the future. Their first park was 500 acres. Now the Cook County Forest Preserve is over 70,000 acres. And historically, I think we can also look at Tenney Park here in Madison, which started out in 1899 as a gift from attorney David K. Tenney to the Pleasure Driving Association on the condition that it would always remain a park. Eventually, it became Madison's first city park. And you can look at the inscription on the Tenney Park marker, and it speaks of the park that emphasizes the naturalist placement of native species. The design created lagoons to symbolize prairie rivers and meadows to symbolize the prairie landscape. And now I feel it is our time and it is our responsibility to preserve Hartmeyer, 30 acres, and any other natural landscapes that are being eaten by today's short-sighted development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next registrant is Candace Diaz, 2410 Superior Street, Apartment 1 in Madison. Supports the item, does not wish to speak, but is available to answer questions. And I understand that Candace has also provided a video presentation and that Joanne can share with us.
All right, let me pull this up.
Yes, this is the, I hope this isn't the weird video that was discussed earlier, but I don't think it's weird. These photos that are in this video were all taken at the Hartmeyer Natural Area, the natural photos.
And I will bring that up, Candace, but I believe I had also sent you an email that we're unfortunately unable to show the, to have the music accompanying that.
Oh, well, that's a real bummer because that's really, you know, yeah, that's really sad because the music speaks a lot to the video.
It's a very large file, so give me a moment.
Yeah, we're going to have to learn how to do this better.
Okay, it should be starting now. Can everyone see it?
Yeah, well, without the music, I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed, but okay. Oh, thank you for playing. I mean, like I said, the music, the song really said it all. I also live on Superior Street, about 500 feet from the property. I also moved here from Chicago 15 years ago, and we don't need any more retail stores. We have a huge vacancy right here now. There's stores just sitting here that they built that there's no one in. We really need to conserve this land and preserve it. This is, everyone's got a different perspective, but I've been on the property. I don't feel unsafe there, but I have a different perspective, obviously. I believe that we don't need any more development. Especially, let's not pave this over and put more retail stores and more apartments. You know, when is enough going to be enough? You guys need to vote tonight to try to get the new conservation plan, whatever it is, Plan C, conservation option, make an amendment, and let's do this. We live here, and you know this is like everyone has said, this is our opportunity to do it right here. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you for listening, and thank you for watching.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out and sharing the photos. Appreciate that. There are 3 other registrants who did not wish to speak, and I want to read them into the audio record. Anita Weir of 20 Golf Parkway in Madison opposes the item and does not wish to speak, representing Friends of Hartmeyer Natural Area. Barbara Taylor, 1110 North Sherman Avenue, 230, supports the item and does not wish to speak. And last but not least, Bernice Armold of 622 North Street in Madison opposes the item, does not wish to speak. Those are the registrants. Eric, is there, or Lisa, is there a staff discussion or presentation that is available? Oh, hang on, Eric. There you go.
Dan McCullough from City Planning is.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, Dan. Good.
No worries. Again, my name is Dan McCullough. I'm the project manager for the City of Madison's Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. So I will have a brief presentation and then happy to answer any questions that you have. Actually, before I start, I'm going to share my screen just a second. And then we can begin our presentation. So just a little bit of background on the special area plan. It's because of the scale of Oscar Mayer and its importance to the north and the east side, the city took a somewhat unique approach, really looking at a two-phase planning process. The first was the strategic assessment, which was largely in 2018 and adopted about a year ago. And that was the city's process of taking a big picture look. What is the city hoping to get out of the redevelopment of Oscar Mayer and surrounding areas? That had a direct steering committee. A lot of public engagement on that is later adopted. What we're in right now is the second phase, which is a special area plan. And that's where we take those redevelopment goals and objectives and create a framework to actually have those implemented. So what does the transportation network look like? What are the land uses? What are the building scales? How do all the properties work together as a system rather than islands of development on their own? We've had a tremendous amount of public input. We've had probably 20 or so different meetings or presentations to groups. We are in the adoption process now. Maybe the date is a little, it's an older graphic. We're expecting to have it approved, but obviously the world had different plans. So and we use this plan as kind of a metric to guide the implementation. So we'll use it to review development proposals as they come forward from private property owners and developers. Also looking at how the city uses it to invest in infrastructure and other things as well. The strategic assessment had several big picture ideas, really focusing on economic development, housing equity, as well as really leveraging the city's transportation system, specifically transit, and then making sure it grows in a sustainable manner. Backing up a little bit, a lot of the land use policies that are embedded in the special area plan come from the city's comprehensive plan. That had an extraordinarily wide outreach program. More than 15,000 people participated in that process. And in that, our growth projections are 70,000 new residents, requiring about 40,000 new households in the next 20 years. One of the things that we did say as a city, residents overwhelmingly supported growing up and not out. And so one of our strategies is to concentrate the highest intensity of development along transit corridors, downtowns, and activity centers, and to prepare plans to transition these formerly auto-oriented areas into mixed-use centers. Also thinking how we can interact with bus rapid transit in the existing transit system. Backing up a little bit more, some of you may remember the Madison in Motion Plan, which is a sustainable Madison or the Sustainable Transportation Master Plan. One of the things that came out of it was looking at how the city travels in different zones and understanding the ramifications for growth inside those zones. I'm going to highlight a couple of areas on this. Oops, not that. So Oscar Mayer is right in here. This is our plan area, right in there. As you can see, that's zone 1. And so what we are seeing in zone 1 is about 40% of the people living in that area are driving to work. Very high rates of transit, very high bike and walk. When you go just a couple miles outside, the rate of driving doubles. And that has a direct influence on the amount of carbon emission that we have. And so certainly growing in that zone 1 specifically is a far more sustainable approach than outward expansion as the primary means of accommodating growth. When we look at our transit system, this is a heat map that we created to show how effective our transit system is. And as you can see, the Oscar Mayer area right there with the North Transfer Point has some of the best transit access in the city. You can get to many places on a 1-seat ride. Great access to economic opportunities, recreational opportunities, shopping opportunities, and natural areas in less than 10 minutes, a 10-minute bus ride from there. Looking at how it incorporates with bus rapid transit, as you probably are aware, the city is pursuing currently the east-west line is the initial leg of the bus rapid transit system. However, there is plans for the north side. Originally was originally studied at going up in Sherman. We are, of course, entertaining potentially going up Packers, but regardless of which route it goes, we still know this area will have very high transit service in the future. And that allows us to really limit the carbon footprint of future growth. We also took a look at the Parks and Open Space Plan, just to kind of understand what the Parks Board and Park staff had, kind of what was their thoughts on the area. And we looked at the deficiencies in the areas. And what we did find is there would be a deficiency for a neighborhoods park. Those are typically 5 acres. And so we certainly wanted to incorporate a park of the scale discussed and recommended by the Parks and Open Space Plan. As I mentioned, we had more than 20 meetings, community events. We made ourselves available to anybody who wanted a presentation. We had a request a presentation button on the website. Went to several different neighborhood associations, and we really tried to reach a diverse group. So not only presentations to neighborhood associations, we did. We were at Warner Park for a family fun night, gaining insight from those individuals. We went to the Brentwood block parties. Pretty much anywhere we could talk to people. That was really important because one of our major roles is to try to really understand what the community as a whole is thinking. And we know that oftentimes traditional means of engagement, the participants are often older, they're often more affluent, and they're very often white. So one of the things we did to try to gain a better understanding, particularly of the perspectives of underrepresented populations, was to engage what we call the Key Constituency Advisory Group. And what this really was a focus group that was intentional, again, of trying to get input from people who have traditionally not participated in the process. This was headed by Annette Miller. She did a fantastic job. And one of the things that we really heard coming out of it, there's many great takeaways. I think one of the ones most relevant to the discussion tonight was thinking about how the Oscar Mayer plan would create space that is for and by the people and should speak to more than one type of group. So having places and spaces that are attractive to all Madison's residents and not just a select few. So I'll go through the big picture concept. So thinking about how the development of the Oscar Mayer and adjacent properties can weave together the northeastern side. Packers Avenue is certainly a major barrier in the rail corridor. They really do separate these neighborhoods from each other. Maintaining it as an employment hub, create a mixed use, an inclusive mixed use character, and really thinking about how we can recreate Commercial Avenue from its current industrial street character to really more of a main street with a something along the lines of an Atwood or a Monroe, really walkable character that is oriented towards the pedestrian. Add new street connections to better link the areas, plan for current known transit, so bus, bike, long-term, also the rail corridors there. Not saying that the plan is recommending any immediate rail terms, but we have to plan for 100 years out. That's what plans do, is recognize that things change over time. Incorporate the wetlands in the Hartmeyer Park into a neighborhood park, and think about how we can enhance the entry corridors into the city. If you're arriving at the airport, this is the, kind of one of the first areas you see. And it's in many ways, it's Madison's first impression to many new visitors. So our plan that we have in the plan, as I mentioned before, really focuses on a mixed use area along Commercial Avenue, transitioning to an employment to the north, residential on the Hartmeyer and properties to the north as well, and a couple new parks and open spaces. The rail corridor maintains largely employment as it is, with some potential new areas for mixed use in appropriate areas. Zooming in a little bit, we can talk a little bit about the open spaces in the plan area. As I mentioned before, the plan recommendations, or the plan includes a park totaling about just under 14 acres. It does include about a 6.5 acre wetland. The remaining would be upland. As we have historically in planning processes, we don't plan for the specific design of parks. That's a separate process led by park staff. So we can talk a little bit about that more. But I'm going to go in and zoom in a couple of these. But first, I want to zoom out a little bit and looking at the green space in the area. So as was mentioned before, we have some great conservation parks in the vicinity. Cherokee Marsh, totaling more than 1,200 acres. That's accessible from the North Transfer Point in about a 12-minute bus ride. Warner Park, 214 acres. Again, very close. Many buses are going through there. Demetrol, 50 acres. And Tenney and Burroughs, again. So the area is in generally very well served by community and regional parks, and it's really kind of missing that neighborhood park. So looking at the Hartmeyer property specifically, we having the concept as shown preserve some critical local street connections. This can also help bike routes move through the area. As you probably know, many of our bike routes parallel streets or on streets when the street character is appropriate. It also can help us move transit through the site. This does preserve 14 acres of open space and certainly does protect the existing wetlands as would be required, and certainly something that we value. And it would still allow for about 500 units of residential in this highly transit-oriented context. Again, that would result in a far lower rate of driving than compared to peripheral growth. When we look at the comprehensive plan strategies, again, the concept meets all of them. Certainly having conservation, acquiring that property could meet some of them, but certainly does not meet others. The East Madison Little League facility, we are recommending that future use be an open space use. Currently, it's owned by Rice-Raben and zoned industrial. This could transition to a public park, or it could remain a private recreation facility. We would recommend that it also expand to include the existing lots on that site. It's about 9.5 acres. And one potential that could also occur is having an improved ped and bike connection to Demetrol along the Packers Avenue frontage to really kind of link this into the system. Looking at the pedestrian and bike network, we've had a fairly extensive thought process looking at where those routes go. Probably one of the highlights is a recommendation for a new off-street path along the eastern edge of the rail yard. We've had communications with MG&E, which owns a outlot that services the transmission lines. They seem very open to having a bike path there, and that would have a immediate and pretty significant connection to the Capital City Trail and bike and ped routes that way. couple of the other highlights, neighborhood and housing certainly have major goals to have a variety of housing at a variety of different price points. We want to have a mix of ownership opportunities and rentals, again, transit oriented. Having we want to make sure that the plan area has a full spectrum of jobs. We think that can certainly happen with the existing office space, some of the production space at Oscar Mayer, as well as some of the employment space along Pennsylvania. Looking at the character, again, having a unique character that reflects the kind of reality that this was Oscar Mayer, having it unique and genuine, and also reflect the community at large. And looking at green and resilient, this concept does preserve and protect the Hartmeyer wetland. As was mentioned before, we do have stormwater. Stormwater is a big concern, and we are looking at how stormwater would protect the wetlands. And I can certainly talk more about that. But basically, for stormwater to go into the wetland, it would require approval by engineering and city parks. And we don't think that is likely to occur. One other thing that we did as part of this planning process was to take a quick look at, how would this proposal or how would the Oscar Mayer plan, how would it work under the lens of a lead ND? How well would it score? And our preliminary scan suggests it would score very highly and be able to obtain a certified or silver level without too much effort. So again, it does represent a very sustainable approach to development. In our approval schedule, you are our second approval board. We have a couple more to go before getting to Plan Commission as the lead on the 29th of June, and then to Common Council on the 14th. And at this point, I'm happy to take any questions.
Alder Abbas, your mic is unmuted.
Yeah, before I come to Dan, I have a question for one attendee. Beth Sluz.
I think she's on. Paul, can you?
Sorry, who did you want to speak to?
Can you please unmute Beth?
Oh, Beth. Yep.
Thank you. My question to Beth is, I know Beth is actively involved in this process and gave a lot of input on during her comments. My question to her is about, Beth, could you please mention about soil contamination where city proposed the housing on Hartmeyer area? And you can also, go ahead.
Sure. Because of the industrial nature of that whole region, the Hartmeyer property was also leased by Oscar Mayer, and it had dual functions through the years. One of the major functions was a massive coal pile there that was stored. They had their powerhouse there that was a coal-fired powerhouse. And so as a result of that, there's some contamination related to that coal, which is some arsenic in the surface soils. In addition to that, there were some fuel tanks on the eastern edge along the railroad where some of that high density housing is slated. And there was a relatively large DNR recognized diesel spill there. Currently, the parcel is in a lawsuit with the previous leasers, which was Oscar Mayer Kraft Heinz, and is also incorporating the current owners, which are 910 Meyer LLC. So there's a lawsuit underway in the Dane County courts requesting that the current owners, the Hartmeyer Partnership, are requesting that property get cleaned up. So that's what I know about that.
Thank you. I know I have a question for Dan. And also, Dan, could you please share is it possible to put a map in the front so to have more clarity what I'm exactly talking about, which parcel? I cannot hear you. You're mute.
Oh.
I think we need like an unmute me button. Sure. What map would you like?
The one you just showed about Oscar Mayer special area plan, in which we can see the
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just.
Yes.
I'm managing.
Thanks.
Too many windows, and it's a lot. So much easier when you can just have a printed board behind you as well, right? All right. Is this the one?
Yes, this is the one. So I have a few questions. I know we are here to discuss about the park, but it's very important for the commission to look at the holistic picture of the whole Oscar Mayer special area plan. So this bike path you mentioned, I think so these are similar question I asked you during a transportation planning board process. There are several partners attached. Right now, we don't have any legal power to get a bike path. We have to go through negotiation. If the owner decides to sell, then we will get the bike path. True? Right?
So yes. So right now we have no legal authority to make that bike path happen. What we have is a willing, or what appears to be a willing partner for the majority of the length, and two properties or a series of properties, mainly Hooper, that is for sale and potentially a redevelopment site. As with many things, redevelopment is and development is what triggers us to allow these things. So the plans really try to get to a future vision rather than what can we do at this exact moment, because I think those are very different.
Right. I understand that future vision, but I also at the same time want to make sure it's realistic. No offense. So my question is, did you talk to Southern, what is that? Is Southern Railway Road Line, right? What is the company name? Pacific.
Wisconsin Southern?
No, this railway line with the bike path is...
Canadian Pacific?
Canadian Pacific, right?
So one of the things that we really like about the alignment of the path is it needs no cooperation from the railroads. It is 100% off their property.
Okay, so you can have that without asking their permission. True. Including the one between Hartmeyer and Oscar Mayer.
Including the one, yeah. So any bike path that we are looking at, we know railroads can be tricky to work with, and whenever possible, we have crossings of railroads at existing or planned future street crossings. So it may go parallel to the rail line. It will be within the rail right of way. It will be on the adjacent properties.
Okay, so did you talk to Canadian Pacific about the entrance where you are proposing to cut the road, the Roth Street? Because right now the Roth Street go all the way straight and connect with the building. Moving this would be a new connection. And my discussion with some of the people in the neighborhood who worked in the Canadian Pacific, they got retired from the railway road. They said they will consider as a new connection. It will be really hard to get any connection. So did you have any discussion before proposing this moving railway road crossing?
So the Canadian Pacific would not have the authority to, they are not the people who are going to be granting approval. It would be the Office of the Commissioner of Railroads. And what we are proposing is not a new crossing. It's shifting the existing crossing to the south for several reasons. We also took the approach that having an adopted plan stating what the Madison and its residents' community feels is necessary to really see the full potential of the Oscar Mayer redevelopment envisioned. Saying this is what we need, it was a better approach than asking at the beginning, because we often know that, if you say, can we move it to the railroad commissions, that oftentimes, they'll drag their feet. They can move. We have recently got approvals for additional crossings in some of our peripheral areas, so we know that there is good potential. We also know that there's larger state interest in this, and so we know that outside the office of the governor, of the Commissioner of Railroads, the state has already given money to help facilitate the redevelopment, and so I believe that it would be it would not be helping their investment to in Oscar Mayer to deny this crossing.
And so just hypothetically, if the commissioner decide this railway, they won't allow shifting this railway road crossing. As you said, it's not new shifting. How would this whole plan then look like? Because then everything will be changed. This connection will be all changed, right?
We would have to take a new look at it, yeah. And I think that gets to, do we write plans for kind of a worst case scenario, or do we write plans that move us to urban design that in a neighborhood character that we really feel is in the best interest of Madison?
Okay, so my next question is about when you created this whole plan, especially I can see a lot of housing density next to Hartmire area. Did you review what was historically there before? What type of contamination was there? And if we are proposing very high density of housing, and if there's already contaminated land, which is not safe for housing, then who will be the responsible party? Who will pay for the money? And how we will clean that contamination?
Sure. I'm going to show something else really quick. So can everybody see the aerials of Hartmire right now? So this is kind of the history of the Hartmire property itself. As you can see, in 1937, it was farmed. Into the 50s, we start seeing a little bit of the industrial past, some of the connections, the Ross Street connection right there. In 68, we start to see the Little League facilities. 95 is the first time we really see any visible water on the property. And one of the interesting things that we've noticed is that really does correspond to the outfield line. If you look at where the outfield is, so it likely was constructed, a constructed depression. And as you move through, now speaking to the contaminants, we've certainly had conversations with engineering about what's there. As you may know, redevelopment is really the best tool that we have to remediate properties. So if those properties were to redevelop, they would need to be cleaned prior to the standards set by the DNR to allow redevelopment. So there's, with every site and pretty much with every real estate transaction, there's some due diligence done to make sure that the buyers know what they're getting into through a phase 1 and possibly a phase 2 environmental analysis. That basically lets the buyers know what level of expense. Now, hypothetically, if the city wanted to pursue acquiring the entire Hartmire area, that burden of remediation, even without development, would fall in our hands. So with redevelopment, the developers are responsible to clean up the soils. Without it kind of stays as is.
Unless we depend what type of contamination is there, because here we are creating a lot of assumptions. Depend if it's a vapor contamination, depend it's a soil contamination, either we're moving the soil or not. So yes, there are a lot of questions. So another question is, I also want to bring this in the attention of this commission, is about some of the really toxic contamination on this industrial area. The city in the future is proposing to purchase building number 43 and 50 for metro facility. Dan, can you please click on building 43 and 50 for commission reference? Yes. These are the two buildings. Thank you very much. According to the DNR report, building 43 have TCE vapor site, which is extremely toxic. And it is that much toxic. If you're pregnant, you could have really, really harmful impact on your body. And there's a lot of detail about this vapor contamination. I have deep concerns about putting a residential site on around the Oscar Mayer property, not all, but especially on Oscar Mayer as well as Hartmeyer property, and try to keep it green and natural as much as possible. And the second thing I would like to mention, then next to building 4243, that parcel, the very dark brown, the high residential area, the two acre, yes, thank you very much. I also want to bring this attention of the commission that 2 acres land used to be a bulk oil plant, and correct me if I'm wrong, and there was used to be a significant petroleum contamination there. I believe when Dan was going through old historical pictures, you can see those plants over there. And now we are proposing really high density, which is like a 3-story to 11-story housing over there. And I do have a concern without knowing what is in there. It's very hard for me to really accept the plan and move forward on basis of contamination. And that was another reason I did not sponsor. Sorry, I'm giving my comment, not asking question. So Dan, my one last question, and then I will let other commissioners to chime in. When you created this whole Oscar Mayer plan, did you get opinion from I forget name of Bren from City Contamination? The lady, she worked for the City Contamination. Did you get any recommendation from her?
She did not express any specific concerns about these sites. Now, as you may know, remediation is very common. For example, Royster Corners, where the city just opened its brand new library with residential above, that was a fertilizer factory. So these, certainly we know that there is a potential for those contaminants there, but there are many, many, many examples in Madison, throughout the country, of really, really bad areas that had a lot of stuff going on. I could think in Milwaukee, the tanneries, everything along the river, those were really pretty nasty. And they've been cleaned up, and they're some of the most vibrant neighborhoods in the city now. So yes, we do know, we are certainly aware, and with any industrial site or formerly industrial site, there is the expectation that some level of contamination exists. But we certainly don't view that as a barrier to redevelopment. So,
okay. So my question is, if we this proposed 13-acre land, just close to 14, shy of 14, if we buy this, then we will have that authority to check the soil contamination. We can do phase 1 and phase 2. If we do phase 2 and figure it out, it is really toxic and there's a lot of other contamination. What will be the city role will be at that point? Because we are changing the zoning from industrial to housing and mixed use.
Are you referring to the purchase of buildings 50 and 43 and the northern?
I'm talking about Hartmeyer. No, I'm talking about Hartmeyer.
So if the city purchased it, we would have site control. We could do the environmental assessments. If we don't purchase it and it is developed per the plan, those environmental assessments and remediations would typically be done by the developer, and then the developer would dedicate the cleaned park space to the city at no cost.
Sorry, I think so. I did not ask my question with clarity. Let me ask you once more. So we got wetland delineation in which 7-acre wetland is based off 7-acre, right? Delineation came across 7-acre, and then you add more acre as park. When you add that land, we are going to purchase that land, correct or not?
We are not going to purchase that land. That land would likely be dedicated through the residential development on its periphery. So what the open space that you are seeing on the plan would likely come to the city clean and at no cost to the city.
Okay, so if it comes to the city, we will still have an opportunity to check the soil for contamination, because if we are going to use as a park for kids and seniors will check for contamination?
It would be up to the Parks Division to make a recommendation if they were willing to accept a property that had a level of contamination on it.
Can I get Eric comments on that, please?
Eric, you're unmuted.
Thank you. So as Dan was speaking to is, first off, it's not common that we get infill park dedication. Most infill development or redevelopment across the city is in smaller scale and then comes with a fee in lieu of dedication and often is unable to dedicate the amount that's required. This plan covers, contemplates the parkland that would come to the city as parks being dedicated by the developer, which means that's an impact fee component. In addition to the development fees they pay for parking fees, they have to either give land or pay a fee. We would use this plan as the basis to compel the dedication. Now, with the dedication process, we would certainly look at our ability to do as much due diligence as we could before we accepted it. Certainly, we have dealt with in parks many contaminated sites over time, brownfield sites for parks. And Pike Park being one really good example. I think the Garber feed mill being another. And they're certainly challenging, but we would do our best to have the development team deliver that land to us remediated in a manner that was safe and accessible from the beginning before we even took title would be our goal. And I think there are some tools and levers in place that would allow that to happen, because certainly there is no right for a developer to come in and say, here's your 13 acres, see you later. We have to accept the dedication. In fact, the commission is ultimately the entity that can accept dedicated lands within the plan.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
You answered my question. I will, if I have more questions, I will come back. I will let Alder Skidmore to go forward. Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Alder Skidmore. Oh, hang on. I think you have to unmute yourself. It's not like. There you go.
All right, thank you. And since I'm a park commissioner, I would like to focus on why I think we're here is to look at the park and recreation component of this. So I think, Eric, you started to address some of the questions, but I'm kind of interested as to have the park division explored this to see how this would fit into this parcel fit into the needs of the area, i.e. a neighborhood park, and how this fits into the overall plan. I've walked the site day and night, and I'm got some opinions about things other than parks, but I want to focus on parks. How would this fit into the system, and do you see it as something that's suitable for a neighborhood park and or a conservation park with the wetlands? I think Eric is muted.
The first thing I do is call the attention to the commission and the public and those watching and listening to the memorandum I issued on this topic to the board. I won't read it out loud here, certainly, but from a adopted plan, we have a number of adopted plans that are in play here, if you will. The first thing is when we talk about impact fees or parkland dedication, those requirements are set through a park facility needs assessment, which is done every decade or so. We're trying to do it a little quicker. Some of you on the commission might remember, or the council, when we had that fight with developers a few years ago about those fees being too high. But we do a per capita assessment, and then every new residential unit has to pay a fee and or dedicate land. So that's one piece of a plan that's over there that's relevant. The Imagine Madison comp plan obviously has the governing comp plan for the city, and a piece of that, which this Oscar Mayer special area plan would also be, but a piece of that is also the park and open space plan. So I'm going to speak from the park and open space plan perspective on this special area plan. That special area planning area is served from all metrics of community park, which is generally 20 acres or more with restroom type facilities, athletic fields, those type of things. That entire area is well served within the population, walkability, and radius kind of analysis by Demetral itself. It's actually also, especially on the north end, almost as close to Sherman, or almost as close to Warner down Sherman. And then Burroughs Park is also a community park-like facility, as well as Tenney. So from a community park perspective, this area of the city is very well served. Now, the park and open space plan does expressly call out that from a mini or neighborhood park perspective, those are less than 5 acres, or mini parks. Neighborhood parks are range from 5 all the way up to maybe 15 to 18. But the vast majority, the median point on those is about 5.5 acres in the city system. And there's a deficiency in this area, especially, there's a modest deficiency today if you don't include Sherman School, which in the park and open space plan, if you go to page 71 and 73, you can kind of see if the school's not included, there's a deficiency already for residents. If the school is included, which given our history of being wedded with the school when these neighborhoods developed and were planned, that was the intention of the school ground to also serve recreational purposes. If you include it, the existing residences are not deficient, but certainly adding more density and more housing would create a deficiency, especially as you bring that south down towards the heart of the Oscar Mayer planning area. So that would need to be addressed through a new neighborhood park. Neighborhood parks have those amenities, the classic playground and basketball hoop kind of thing. We certainly have done our best. Alder Skidmore knows fairly well on the far west side. As we take new neighborhood parks, we're trying to incorporate more nature and natural areas into that neighborhood park vision. It's not mowed turf wall to wall anymore, if that's the vision people have. If you go to a Cardinal Glen as an example of a neighborhood park on the west side that has a stormwater component to it. Eagle Trace has some environmental area on a slope side that serves as a wet, basically a water conveyance mechanism. But so I don't want to give a vision of what the park's amenities would look like, because honestly, in an infill area, we've very seldom been able to develop a neighborhood park that has that, spectrum of opportunities. If you want to see it, you really do have to go to the periphery where we develop those neighborhood parks to serve the area in a manner that balances those active uses. Sport type uses, the classic sport type uses with more nature recreation based uses. And I think that the 13 acres would be in that range is what would be called for under the anticipated development counts. And I want to be clear with everybody, these are anticipated development counts. Obviously, the specific development plans end up connoting how many units are on a block. And the city planning, Dan and others have given really a multitude of asked many times for estimated unit counts. They've done a really good job of giving us estimates, but there's no, I don't think anybody can predict like this block will have 84 units in it. It might have 88, that kind of thing. But from a POSP perspective, that's how it fits in as a neighborhood park. The concept around the conservation park, we actually don't have service areas around conservation parks and standards. Our conservation park system is built off of a legacy of identifying extraordinary opportunities and extraordinary assets. I think most of them are really quite phenomenal, Cherokee Marsh being the closest one from a service area. There are some that we have that were brought in as conservation that they kind of just set as open space right now, quite frankly, because they're not really to conserve something, the thing must be there. We don't do well, and we don't try to do much massive rehabilitation or restoration. We try to take good and make it better. And frankly, that's a resource constraint. The city is going to struggle immensely with the acreages we have in conservation to meet those demands. And given the assessment I've had, there's value in the open space perspective, but from a conservation perspective, the ecological value of the space at this point is not on par with what we would contemplate as a prime acquisition. So if you think about Moraine Woods and Ice Age Trail on the terminal moraine, that's the kind of thing we buy conservation land for. And again, it's tied in the park and open space plan. And those are hard choices sometimes, but that's how kind of we see it from a staff perspective in total. It certainly does not discount the inherent value of the conversation around open spaces and how much there should be. But this plan, an infill redevelopment plan for a special area, provides park dedication that doesn't have a cost to the city to meet a deficiency the densities called for. And then the last thing I'll say, which I mentioned in the memo, which is a big deal for me because I'm very aware of how Little League baseball works in this city, which is the preservation of those fields as open space and not turned around and redeveloped as currently zoned could be, is a prime interest to me because as a park system, we don't provide youth baseball or youth softball really active options. They're all done on privately held lands. And if those are taken away, those are opportunities that we are going to be the entity that people look to help solve that problem. And that would be a difficult problem to solve. So I'm very pleased on that front specifically that the plan, the current owners have expressed that interest in the preservation of that use. And we're open to owning that land and leasing it back with partnership, what have you. But it's a pretty big deal if you talk about serving youth recreation outlets, in my estimation, because there's no other place to put them.
And one thing that I also might add to that is that the size of that open space would also correlate roughly with the potential dedication that Reich-Raben may have to have with the mixed use and residential components to the south of Coolidge Street. So that there is the potential for that to be a dedication as well.
Alder Skidmore, did you have more questions?
Yes, Eric, I really appreciate the answer, and that's the direction I was going with this. Maybe a little more specifically is looking at the parcel which has been referred to as the Hartmeyer Natural Area. I'm wondering if you could expand just a little bit on that, and I think I know where you're going on what you feel about that as a natural area. I look at it as urban open space, and if that were acquired, what would you do with it?
Yeah, I mean if we had, and I think we can get into semantics pretty quickly. So I'll just clarify from the beginning for everybody. A conservation park is a designation that has its special protections in the city's ordinances. We operate those, we maintain them, we put a lot of resources into them. Generally speaking, there are some exceptions. I will acknowledge that to anybody who's listening, where they're acquired with a clear intent of ecological preservation of a specific plant and animal community in mind. In this case, I certainly see that the open space is there, and that's going to generate habitat for a fair amount of flora and fauna. From the assessment that my staff have looked at from an ecological perspective, and what we see on the aerials, that post-industrial, most of that site has been disturbed. There are certainly a couple really beautiful oaks that I'd love to see developed around in some way, shape, or form. This from the park's perspective, we try to make that known. But a lot of the areas, unfortunately, there's a significant presence of crown vetch from the assessment that I was given. And I want to be clear, this is privately held open space, and we have entertained a dialogue with the owners. And I certainly understand that the ownership is going to always respond differently to a city than it does to somebody else, because we are both a regulator and a potential suitor, so on and so forth. But we have never been given permission to do any formal assessments on the property. So the assessments that my staff did were based pretty limited, based on roadway assessments and we'll say secondhand information. But there was nothing about the site that would make it a conservation park in our kind of Owen Park and the Taylor Park plant community preservation. That is not speaking to, and I don't want to, we don't operate or have a classification for widespread open space within our park system, I guess is the best way to answer it. It's not to value judge it harshly, but it would be a new endeavor for us to secure open space that is not intended to conserve the existing habitat necessarily, or maybe a better way to say it is with no plan of rational action of how to restore it to a higher level than it is now. If it's just to be, we don't necessarily have a classification or approach to doing that within the park and open space plan, which is what we have to rely on when evaluating plans.
Thanks. Alder Skidmore, any more questions?
I may have one final one if the other park commissioners are interested in talking about, or have questions about the impact on parks, from this proposal. I'll defer.
All right, Alder Abbas, I see your hand is up, but I wonder if you might defer to the other commissioners for the time being, and let's get other questions out on the table. Would that be all right?
That will be okay. I can wait and I will come back. And I have a question actually for attendee, but I can come back.
Okay, great. I'm going to unmute Al. Go ahead.
Hi, I switched computers. Anyway, this is more of a question for Dan. It's a follow-up to Paul's question about how this relates to parks and open space issues. We don't have any information direct and analysis on this option C, do we? And it'd be hard for us to even evaluate it when it's not really part of the conversation right now, outside of the public testimony. So we're sort of in an awkward position even to think about it and how it relates to the larger issues in our charge, which is park and open space. Do you have any response to that, Dan?
So the Paul and some of the other members of the Friends of Hartmeyer brought that concept to us probably, I'm going to say November-ish. We didn't incorporate that. Actually, so our first stab of the concept showed a much smaller open space. And based on the public comment at that meeting, we enlarged it in our follow-up concepts. After that meeting, though, they presented us with what they classified as conservation option C. We didn't think it met many of the comprehensive plans, goals, policies, and objectives. And so we did not include it as a preferred alternative, which we took into our second public open house.
But in absence of any of that or an analysis about it, it's hard for us it's not in our purview even to consider because it's not before us.
That is correct. The referral that is before you is the plan as adopted.
As adopted. So
it's within the Board of Park Commissioners' purview to make a recommendation with, any modifications that they feel are appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Madeline? Okay. Oh, you have to unmute yourself, I think. There you go.
I appreciate what Al just brought up because it's been very difficult for me to understand how to approach this issue. I had some questions for Dan, but I think I'd rather just go forward. We've got we've got a wetland of 6.5 acres with not much additional parkland around it. From the point of view of the Park Commission, we're obligated to look at the viability of a park. And with intense development in the uplands, and to be assumed, I think, is fair, and no research that I have seen about the hydrology of this area, I think you're looking at potential expansion of wetland from runoff that will consume what's left of this park space. The risk then is an open space with a wetland that really is just sort of a sediment sink, not attractive to people like the speaker who spoke in support of the plan. And on top of that, making the park and open space unattractive, you've got now no longer a functioning wetland. We, on the Park Commission, have had to deal with marshy areas that have been converted to other uses unsuccessfully. I'm thinking particularly of the Yahara golf course, for one. And I also remember Janet Schmidt from Stormwater Engineering coming before us to see whether we would be willing to allow a plan that flooded the entrance to Elver Park in order to protect the basements of residences up the hill across from McKenna Avenue, because the developers hadn't done a reasonable job of looking ahead to climate, to storm events, to runoff, and the park was going to be asked to bear the brunt of that. We referred that back, and a better plan came forward. But that's two examples in which failure to plan for functioning wetlands was a detriment to the park. And I think here that the full 30 acres is required to protect the wetlands, to provide for a viable park space and open space. I understand that a neighborhood park, the park and open space says 5 acres or greater. And that means parkland and not wetland. So it's perfectly appropriate that there be a much larger space set aside as a neighborhood park and open space. And you know, this is an incredible opportunity. I know we have plans, but when you're presented with something that's unique, it just seems to be an incredible oversight to walk away. I also understand, and then I will quit, that the mayor appropriately is placing a tremendous emphasis on housing. And we need more housing. We've got 70,000 more people coming in. But the housing that appears to be planned for the Hartmeyer area is low density housing. Why not have no housing on Hartmeyer and higher density elsewhere along this incredibly wonderful transportation corridor? I just think that things come together to suggest that preserving the 30 acres is the right thing to do here for the park system and for our community.
Couple clarifications I would like to add to that. So the lowest density that is being proposed on the Hartmeyer property is low medium, and that's about 20 units an acre. So about a townhomes is about the lowest density that we are planning or recommending in the plan. The densities have a medium and as well as a high residential. So what residential development that would occur would largely be going up, although we did, as I mentioned, include that low medium to make sure that we are capturing a broader range of housing types in the plan. Right now, the runoff from the Oscar Mayer parking lot goes straight into the wetlands. Absolutely. We also know that that wetland is an enclosed depression after talking with Greg Fries fairly extensively. As those areas redevelop, they will likely be held to the city's more stricter stormwater standard. Or if they redevelop, they would likely be held to our stricter stormwater standards. Greg has made a specific mention that if engineering gets to review those plans, they would not allow directing runoff towards or towards the wetland because it is an enclosed depression. Right now, it has a fairly good balance. If you start directing more, it would go out of balance, as you were suggesting. It's also against DNR NR 151 to route untreated stormwater. So the particulates, those would all be filtered out of any water. It'd also be up to the parks to make a determination if they would allow stormwater to enter parkland. That is atypical. And so certainly we think there's enough protections in place from city engineering, from the Parks Division, that would prevent a large-scale expansion of that wetland due to artificially created runoff.
Alder Abbas, did you have additional questions?
Yes, I want to echo what Commissioner Madeline said, and I want to say a few things here. We are looking into several aspects in this project. One is wetland, protecting wetland. One is having park for the community. But one key point we are forgetting, this particular area is wildlife corridor. This is not, at the moment, this is not a park. And that's what the vision, the community, overwhelmingly community reach out to me. They want to protect as a wildlife corridor. Right now, there's a 56 to 57 bird species, including sandhill crane, bluebird, wood duck houses, red-tailed hawks. All of those things, if I'm sitting in my house and go out at Eaton Park, I am not able to see those natural birds and animals and mammal. And also, I strongly believe that in order to preserve a viable, biodiverse wetland ecosystem with healthy population of pollinators, amphibians, birds, and other wildlife require us to preserving a large surrounding upland natural area. This is really important. Without that upland natural area, we won't able to preserve that wildlife. To preserve wild and native food system, that's another really key aspect here. Beside us human being, we also need to think about how this wildlife eat in this ecosystem. For all the species, we need to preserve whole ecological system. Without a large area of surrounding upland natural habitat area, the rich wetland ecosystem biodiversity will die out, and most species will become extirpated and become locally extinct. Only a few hardy species will remain. Regarding comment from L. Martin, I will like to share my screen and show option C to you, and also another option which I asked the commissioner to, I asked Dan to create another option, finding a mutual ground for us to figure it out the way to move forward. I want to show commission all those options. If you can allow me to share my screen, please.
So I'm a little bit unsure. Maybe Alder Skidmore, can you help us? Is that appropriate given that that's not part of the agenda? Or I guess.
What you're asking me, is it okay to look at another option within the context of this plan?
Yeah, I think so. I guess so. I mean, I guess it's a presentation like any other speaker would make. So,
I do not think that it's inappropriate. It's a variation on what we're discussing. The focus is on park and open space, and we're talking about. So I do think that that's in order.
Yeah. Paul, can you help Alder Bosch share his screen? Is that possible?
I can only kind of give advice.
Okay.
So on the bottom there, you should see share screen with the boxing up arrow. So when you click on that, it gives you an option of a bunch of different windows. Whatever windows are open on your computer at the time, you can choose individually. So just look through that and you should be able to find what you want to share.
There we go. Can you see this? Plan A, Plan B, Plan C? Yes?
Yes, thanks.
Perfect. So I think so this will create a lot of clarity here. Plan C is the plan which community want. And this is a plan Friends of Hartmire made, including having a bicycle path, saving this all the upland area. This is city plan. Here, this is a commercial area city. There's a high density residential, mixed use, low density, high density, low density. Here, this will save us 13 acre, almost 14 acre land here. And this is all 31, including we will have a lot of opportunity. As I mentioned in my comments, we have to preserve all the land to have a viable, biodiverse area to protect the wildlife and have a wildlife corridor. Second is, this is something I asked Dan to create a plan B, and I put Alder because I asked him. In this plan, I asked him to remove these two housing. As Dan said, there's only 14 per acre, only 14 houses can go there, and a small density is really low. Removing this and removing that particular and removing this street. By removing this, we will get now 21 acre or 20 acres, 21, I believe, 21 acre. We will get quite a bit of land. And then city's argument about connecting the Hartmire and having all that good connectivity, which they are mentioning, they can still get that connectivity with the Roth Street as a transportation hub center. They can still have a good connectivity from Commercial Avenue. They still have a land, which I still believe is very contaminated right here. They used to have a cold storage, as Beth mentioned, and that not to go in more detail about, we're discussing about park, but they used to place the coal on the ground, and there's a lot of soil contamination. In the lawsuit, they mentioned about that contamination. So this will be a mixed use, can be residential with commercial, and this is community green space. So this is, I want to mention the commission, all three options. This is a city proposed option in which I strongly believe if we approve this today, I do believe all the wildlife, which I mentioned before, that will be all disappear. Only hard species will left. And this area will be mostly useless, just like a park. From equity point of view, I do believe this area provides a lot of academic education for schools, for surrounding area. I know Dan mentioned about Cherokee Marsh is one of another area which is very natural, where you can see sandhill crane and other species which I mentioned. This area provides the same. With Cherokee Marsh, you have to drive a car. I live here in this neighborhood right here. I have to drive a car to go to Cherokee Marsh. There is no other way around, and I have to bike. This one is next to bus transfer point right here, right now. The transfer point is right here. And from equity point of view, anybody in this type of depression and COVID situation, people have opportunity to really go out and connect with the soil and with the environment. So I want to bring this as well in front of the commission. I want to bring this as well. I completely support 31 acre, but if commission believes they still want to keep that connectivity, they still want to see some space, commercial space and mixed use, then I will encourage to either adopt 31 acre as a motion into Oscar Mayer plan or either adopt plan B. Thanks.
Can I just, one thing I would like to point out that the plan A city is not reflective of the concept plan that is in front of you. That, for considering, that was the plan that we took to our January 30th open house. That was before we had the wetland delineation. At the time, we were using Wisconsin DNR wetland inventory data. So that was the best information we had. When we got the wetland delineation, that required us to expand the park slightly to accommodate, to have, again, to avoid more, to basically give the wetland more, where we now know where it was. We had a delineation in hand. We wanted to provide a greater level of protection, and so we shifted the road. When we shifted the road, that reduced the overall housing, and that required an increase in density to balance the housing parkland dedication. So if you look at, I will share, if this is okay. So you can kind of see now it is a higher, a medium, and high density residential in that area.
Thanks. Al, you're unmuted.
Okay, now that we have some idea what they are, I think in order for us to even look at A, B, or C, we actually need it included as part of the review of the proposed plan with analysis and pros and cons about how it works. So we have a recommendation to work with and some kind of focus on it being part of our charge is still at parks and open space. One of the unfortunate things about properties is that sure, the Hartmeyers might be putting this on the market as a city planner for 34 years. It's not going to be anything that's going to come cheaply to the city. They're going to ask for a maximum amount of money. And if the market doesn't bear it, they won't get it. At the same time, development pressures will occur to sell to the highest bidder, and they will come back, as you all know, to do something that's maybe indifferent to any of these versions. What does pay for development, what pays for those lands is development. That's why the higher densities are around it. It also offsets the cost to remediate any contaminants, etc., as part of the development process. But again, for us to make a better decision, it needs to be sort of officially put in as part of our review of the plan. I can't see how we can even tender adopting any of the versions outside what the plan says without much more analysis and much more detail. So.
Are there any other questions or comments for staff? Moira, thank you. Sorry. You're unmuted.
Thank you, Emily. I guess I'm going to just react to what Al just said right now. I'm feeling a bit adrift here. I looked pretty carefully at all the comments that came in beforehand. I read the planning document that Dan and his team put together. And seeing these additional plans tonight just sort of confuses the matter for me. I'm balancing what Eric said in terms of what he put in his reaction to the proposal of retaining the 31 acres, that there would be significant costs to preserve the 31 acres, but yet my sympathy lies with establishing these sort of ecological corridors. So I'm not sure where that leaves us tonight, but I'm really agreeing with what Al says. Like I feel like I need more information based on what I've seen on paper, with these additional plans. So I'm not having any kind of action I'm recommending here. I'm just sharing some thoughts. And I don't really have any questions either, I guess, at this point.
Okay.
I guess one thing that I would add also is the plan has generally been very well received. Outside a couple, disagreements, Hartmeyer being one of them. We did interactive polling at our first meeting and then followed that up with an online poll to gauge the community's temperature. And about 80% thought the initial concept, which showed a much smaller open space, met or was generally in line with the goals and policies or the goals and recommendations outlined in the strategic assessment. 20% did not believe it met those goals and objectives, but a much larger percentage of the respondents in that initial outing did.
Alder Hinnick.
Yes, I was just going to talk a little bit about thoughts. It looks like we've got a selection of 3 here that have been brought kind of forward at various times. The option C looks like there's considerable risk. I think that there's considerable gain as well. But just as far as a cost outlook, we're looking at some potentially very expensive property that it's my understanding at this point, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, but that we would be purchasing outright as opposed to some of the other options, the primary option A, where it would be parkland dedication. So it'd be come to us free and clean. Whereas the 30 acres, we would be purchasing dirty property. So we would need to also clean that up. And B is somewhere in the middle, but we really don't have any ideas for as far as if that's anywhere in the budget. I mean, just looking at budgetarily, C is going to be a big lift. Not saying that I don't support it. I think that one thing that has a really high value for me is preserving open space. We've got a lot of development pressure in the city, and looking at it, there's a lot of areas that need to be redeveloped but are more expensive than developing open space, and therefore developers tend to like to go through that open space development process because it's easier and doesn't have as many hangups on it. But at the same time, I think I'm in a similar boat as Al, that until additional options are made part of the planning process, it's really hard to actually make a recommendation. I mean, the options that I see before us now, we could make a motion to approve with the substitution of B or C as our recommendation. But what are we basing that decision off of? Are we basing that off of that we would like to see more open space? Because I think we could send that message if we did that. But are we sending them? Are we doing that with the intent of saying that we think this is a viable option for parks, and we think that it's something that we should be doing at this time, or what kind of a timeline are we looking at for that? Because we're setting something in motion if we say C. Okay, so what are we saying for a timeline? That's actually city action. Then we're not saying this is what we'd like to happen sometime in the future, and we're going to wait for development to make that happen. And when this gets developed or when somebody purchases it, then we'll make that parkland dedication, and this is how we'd like to see that happen. Then it's a city action that we're starting to look at taking, if it's my understanding. And how do we plan for that? So, I mean, we just don't have the ability to make a really educated decision about one of those 3 options. And B, I think, is a happy medium, but we're still not looking at the ability with the plans that have been put forward to substantiate a parkland dedication that's going to support 21 acres. So, how do we figure out how much of that acreage is going to be dedicated parkland, and how much do we increase the densities of the planning area around the proposed 20 acres? There's a lot of questions out there. So thank you.
Yep, thanks. Alder Robots.
Yeah, thank you. I will say a quick couple of things, not to take too much time. First thing, the lawsuit Hartmeyer did, they asked Kraft Heinz to clean the land. So they are responsible party in that suit. Second thing is, as city staff mentioned about the feedback, as an alder of the district, I think so it's important for me to mention here, all the neighborhood associations surrounding the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. They supported all 31-acre land. A neighbor association wrote letter in favor of supporting those. I had a very robust meeting. 100 people showed up. Overwhelmingly, people who reach out to me and send me email, they are all overwhelmingly in support of preserving all 31-acre, and a lot of reason has been already mentioned why it's important to save all. Thank you.
Thank you. Al, go ahead.
Okay, so to get back to, as Dan said, there's been a lot of satisfaction with very many elements of the plan, based on how it's evolved to this point. Now we're to a real specific area, which is our charge. And we need to have more information on all three, a better analysis on how they work and how they don't work, better analysis on cost, better analysis on how contamination gets cleaned up, better analysis on the hydrology, the drainage, and all this in order to make an educated decision, of which we don't have anything right now. So based on that, I think we have to look at referral to get more information.
Thanks, Al. Madeline.
I want to respond to the issue about cost. I think we have to add that to Al's list of the items that we don't know enough about. Friends of Hartmeyer Natural Area have been working with Groundswell Conservancy, which is very active in this area. Groundswell purchased a little piece of property next to Lakeview Elementary School, which is now a very active outdoor classroom. It's called the School Forest. Groundswell is an active and successful organization. We don't know how powerful that can be in fundraising to address the cost of acquisition. So I think referral may be the right way to go here, because we need more information on a lot of fronts to be able to evaluate what is our charge, which is the park, not whether other people like lots of different parts of this plan.
Thank you. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. And once again, I'm agreeing with Al. As a landscape architect, I see benefits in opportunities in all three proposals. The option A, I think, is the least costly because it'll likely be the dedication portion, and but it leaves the fewest opportunities. I can see benefit in option C, 31 acres, but there's going to be kind of a double whammy. It's going to triple whammy possibly, because we're going to have to come up with additional money, probably big money, to acquire this property one way or the other. There will be remediation money for some sort of remediation, unless somehow somebody under a court order will clean it up. But then returning it into a environment that's worthy of wildlife refuge, that's going to be pretty tough, and that's going to be expensive to do, expensive to manage. We've got to look at that. And then by doing option C, we're going to lose an opportunity for revenue that's going to help, balance the city budget. And oh, by the way, that's in pretty rough shape right now. But option B looks like it might be a better compromise, but I'm tempted not to do that. I'm tempted to get better information and let parks weigh in on what we really need, what it's really going to cost, what's going to be possible, and what's going to take. So that's where I'm leaning right now. That's enough for now.
Thanks. Alder Rama, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. My first virtual meeting with you. I'm one of the sponsors of this plan. I'm on the Plan Commission. And at the Plan Commission, we discussed this very question. And the neighbors that spoke to you probably, which I'm sorry I missed. I was at another meeting, came in and also spoke to us. And I think we were really struck by the opportunities of a larger expanded area. And at that point, it was before the wetland delineation was known. And we did ask staff to go find out if that was available. And so we never heard, never really heard the report about, other than Dan kind of pointing out how the plan slightly shifted. But I think that's still something the Plan Commission is definitely interested in. And at that time, I made comments that, you know, the trade-off is we save more land and maybe we need more density, and does the neighborhood support that? Because it wouldn't just be low medium density. It might need to be taller, more multi-story buildings that maybe surround this space and create some kind of real, like, you know, opportunity for people to enjoy the land. And I don't really hear that anything like that got addressed. So I think a referral would help us understand, as we balance these things, what land use changes what could be done to help offset the cost of, you know, having, and I don't know all the options to buy land, but, you know, the land costs and all the other costs with the loss of some, you know, tax benefit to having more housing. So I think those questions still need to be answered. And maybe we, you know, I don't know how the process should work to pull out this piece and whatever other ones, because I think, like somebody said, many of the elements are non-controversial and just, you know, supported, but this definitely needs more work. And I appreciate everyone's comments so far. Thank you.
Hey, Dan, I apologize if I missed your description, but could you talk about the wetland delineation just briefly and explain what that was?
Sure. So the Hartmeyer estate had a wetland delineation performed, I believe, in November, which is usually an indication that they are preparing for some level of development. As a courtesy, they provided that to us. And I could get it. I don't have it with me right now, but it did show the extent of the wetland on a field verified level. It had some conditions, some, you know, what are the species of vegetation from what was conveyed to us. It looked like a very low quality wetland, largely reed canary grass, kind of a monoculture. I'm not the best person to kind of comment on that aspect. So yeah, that was provided to us. We got that shortly before introduction, which is why we actually delayed introduction, because we didn't want to be going through the approval process knowing something needed to change. You know, we have discussed this at length with engineering, transportation, parks, and the recommendation that is in the plan is something that staff supports based on a variety of reasons. If the Board of Park Commissioners elects referral, just totally fine. That's their prerogative. It would be very, very helpful for us to know exactly what information they are looking for. A couple things that I also thought about going through there. One is, this is not a property that we can raise the density indefinitely on. It is in the airport maximum height district, so we cannot just keep raising and raising the densities because we run into that cap. So that is something that should also be considered. As far as price, it does have an assessed value, I want to say like $1.6 million. I don't necessarily think that is a reasonable number. I would probably, you know, if I was going to do a basic valuation, looking at the land use recommendations that show about 500 units of residential, if we assumed those construction costs would be about $200,000 a unit, just to make the numbers easy, that's $100 million land costs. Let's say it's a percentage of that, 8%. $8 million is probably a better starting price than the 1.6. Is it that right number? Probably not. Is it closer to the market value? Probably. But yes, if the Board of Park Commissioners provides us with a series of requests for specific information, we'd be happy to provide that.
Thanks. I'm going to skip and hear from Venus just because she hasn't had a chance to talk on this one yet. You're unmuted.
Hi. Well, I guess my opinion on it all. When I first looked at the plan, I actually liked the plan, but listening to everyone's opinion on it, I'm leaning towards more referral and looking at more details with now looking at other plans. So I'm like, okay, I'm kind of feeling a little confused, I need a little bit more information. So maybe we can get the numbers for the plans, the 3 plans that was that was shown with plan A, B, and C. What's the cost? What's the pros and cons for each? And maybe we can look at that and are we leaning towards another plan? I mean, I guess that's kind of where I am with it all. It just kind of seems like everybody's not sure with it, and it's kind of making me feel like I'm up in the air. So that's kind of where I am.
Thanks. Eric.
First, I just want to echo what Dan said, that certainly referral is within the purview of the commission. But I think specificity, well, actually, the first thing I want to say, and this is with all due respect to somebody I consider a friend, Paul Noeldner, and Alder the boss, but calling these all 3 plan options are not the same thing. If you want city staff to develop more plan options that are equivalent in line to things that are maps, drawings on a map, there's a difference between that and a plan. And I know I'm the negative person saying that, but it's just true. The plan before you is a balancing act of a lot of tenuous things like railroad crossings, multiple people meeting about how to approach the WSOR, those kind of things. I don't know that we can flesh out a plan that just, it's not just as simple as inserting a map first, at least on a 1-month referral. But secondly, having an idea of what are the specifics that are to be analyzed. And I do want this commission to understand, I think it's imperative for me to tell you, Eakin Park is 2 acres. Burroughs Park is 10 acres. Sheridan Triangle is 1 acre. Our Sherman Village is 1.5 acres. Northland Manor, the largest neighborhood park on the north side, is 10 acres. It is imperative as we start thinking about the future park and open space plan that we not set standards that are untenable for and call it one category. I'm not saying it can't be a bigger park. I'm not at all. But calling something a neighborhood park and setting a standard that 30 acres is what needs to happen is literally blows up the plan approach we have to our system. And I respect greatly people weighing in for the value of open space. I really do. But I just want to make sure as we talk about what it is, neighborhood parks or building community parks where neighborhood parks are called for. This is it's a localized issue. All development's local, all planning's local. But we run a system of parks. And this plan already has the largest neighborhood park to address the deficiency from the plan on the north side. I'm not sure how that will play out, but that's my editorializing. What I really need to say, though, is we have 1 month till the next meeting. Knowing what is being asked for so we can deliver that information is certainly what we need. Certain answers we cannot give you. Dan already speculated on cost, value of land. We're not going to be able to get an appraisal. We don't get I don't remember getting an appraisal on land that the owner doesn't want me to get an appraisal. That's not what the city does. It's considered bad faith actions normally for parks to do that. But we can certainly get a better evaluation. I can 100% guarantee you that there is no way we should buy the property for $1.6 million if they would sell it for that price. Because if it were offered at that price, I can assure you something is horribly wrong.
Hey, Eric.
Having a list, and I'm going to pull out my paper because I'm happy to get working, but we have 1 month and I know what time looks like right now. And so knowing what's being asked for us to analyze and not just a blank slate, because I think this project's 3 years old now and we have 3 weeks till the next agenda goes out. So.
Eric, one quick question that maybe if you have thoughts on is, if I look at, a Google map of this side of Madison, there's a lot of green. A lot of it's the airport, the Bridges Golf Course, the Maple Bluff Country Club, Rhino Demtrell Park across the street. So when I think about a wildlife corridor and I think about whether there are places for, birds to stop over, it feels, to my non-scientist brain, like maybe there is opportunity there. Is that something that that you guys have thought about or have any thoughts about tonight? And if not, maybe that should go on the list of things that would be helpful to discuss.
Are you talking about from a wildlife corridor perspective?
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, my initial thought, and it depends. Wildlife corridor can mean a lot of things. A lot of people. If you're talking about mammals moving through urban nature, they're pretty good at that. The coyotes and beavers and our friends. Doesn't mean they don't like more land and availability. From a bird and migratory bird level, certainly the more space you have for birds to kind of safely land and such, the better. I won't opine what Dane County would say about striving to create bird habitat next to the airport. That's a long-standing friction we have. But I would honestly, frankly, take this one and go to our people at the DNR to get some guidance on what they see as the wildlife benefits or negatives. And I want to be very clear: there is no doubt that an unmanaged natural open space would have more wildlife habitat than if it, 31 acres than a 10-acre park. I don't think that's significantly debatable. But it's a relative value of what's there now, and I don't want to assess that without professional backing.
No, I appreciate that. Alder Abbas.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. I want to mention a couple of things in front of the commission. We heard a lot of speculation around the pricing, and I completely agree. We don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions. FYI, Oscar Mayer 72-acre land was purchased for $1.2 million, all 72 acre 4 years ago. FYI, Ramish Farm, 2.5 miles away from this particular Hartmeyer, no further north. Those who go to Cherokee Marsh, they will know that particular Ramish Farm is 61-acre land, 4,000 Packer Avenue is the address. That 61-acre land, Marty Rifkin just purchased few months ago or 6 months ago for $3.1 million. So just give you an idea about where north side. I still cannot predict. I'm not in a real estate. Of course, there are a lot of hidden aspect to it, contamination and all that. But just for FYI. Second thing, during last year budget amendment, I proposed in putting $20,000 in budget amendment to do due diligence for this particular property. And the whole purpose was to use that money to know how much it costs city, which has not been done yet. And this is something should done. We should move as we are doing with Metro. We are doing letter of intent. We are doing our due diligence. We can get some information with this property, how much it costs 30 acre, how much it costs Plan B 20 acre, how much it costs 5 acre, whatnot. Third thing is this, with all due respect, Eric, you were spot on. Like Paul and me, we mentioned all those plans. They should be part of this Oscar Mayer special area plan. Actually, I talked to the staff, and then we had a big meeting. Consultant was there, and I mentioned about we should put this 30 acre as a part of the plan in this, but the staff refused to do that. And this is why we have this commission and this public process where commission can ask those recommendations and ask for more questions. So there are some challenges I faced during this process, and I just want to explain that to commission. And I will definitely agree with the commission about bringing, looking into all these 3 plans, asking about how much it costs city. And I don't want to put my question in your thoughts, but I agree along those lines with the commissions and as well as Alder Rommel and my other colleagues. We need to get more information from the city regarding other plans as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Alder Skidmore.
Thanks. And Eric, you really helped kind of clarify where I was kind of fishing for when I first asked you the question about what's your vision for this area. And I think what I heard was neighborhood park is something that is needed in this area. And you clarified what a neighborhood park is and what it isn't. And what I also heard is that the neighborhood would really love a 31-acre wildlife habitat area, wildlife refuge area, which is different, and it's a want and not necessarily a need. And I guess what I would hope that a referral would bring is a solid recommendation from you after looking at the 3 options is which would better meet our needs in terms of providing recreation and meeting within a budget. I think that you would need that direction, and I think Alder Abbas has got option B or plan B somewhere between A and C in terms of size and cost. Do you think that would be reasonable request of you if there is a referral?
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, certainly. I think if I understand the request correctly, it would be to look at the plan, the park and open space components of the plan, to assess them more against the existing park and open space plan, but to try to highlight what, to the best of our ability, they would look like. What do we need in those areas to serve the both existing and planned residents? And then I guess to categorize anything that would be extraordinary beyond need. And I'm sorry, I was writing it, and I'm reading it back to myself, and I'm struggling to realize what I'm saying. So maybe you want to say it again, and then I'll do a better job.
I think you're pretty close. I think I want to differentiate between needs and wants. I do kind of like the idea of a wildlife sanctuary or refuge area, but also there's the component of being near the airport, number one. Number two, how much is it going to cost? How effective is it? And does it really fit the city's needs from a recreation standpoint, an open space standpoint, and what's it going to do to our budget?
Certainly, and I would just say that from March, there are 20. I think a number of you are on this call. There's 21 people who I think worry a whole lot about the budgetary implications, and we can definitely give some financial analysis. But I'm begging for work that I can't get done. But I think it's important to contextualize it within the systematic approach. I mean, I think that's my single biggest concern from the beginning on the concept of a larger space that a plan would call for is we have a really good park system. It's not perfect, but it's rooted in some standards that are pretty strong, and we don't have this category necessarily. So I have to think about it more, but that's been the challenge. So I think I've got it from the needs of the plan, both I think existing residences today, and then with the planned unit counts, and then try to get some fiscal analysis on that for both capital and operational costs. And we'll see if we can find somebody who can give us a little better flavor on cost profile of what, for lack of a better term, wildlife refuge, I'm assuming means not really an attempt at restoration. But that's where the proverbial devil lives in those details on cost.
Yeah, and one additional thing, am I still on here?
You are, yep.
Yeah, okay, one additional thing, I think you kind of captured what I was looking at for that option C is wildlife refuge a good idea there, and is it feasible? So I think you kind of hit it on the head. I'm not asking for a design and what it would be like, but just, is this a reasonable request and how does it fit in the context, of the open park and open space plan? So I think that's what a referral should look like.
Thanks. Moira.
Great. Thanks, Emily. So I don't really have anything necessarily that's a directive to the staff right at this point, but I feel like I'm just pulling at threads a little bit, and this harkens back to I feel like I need more information. So in some testimony, and Madeline made some remarks a minute ago about groundswell. I guess maybe my question is more for Alder Abbas. Have conversations been happening with one of these kind of conservancy type groups? Are we, with this plan, if it moved forward in some form and development happened and we lost that opportunity to preserve some of this for a wildlife refuge or whatever, but are we bumping up against some progress that's already been made, some inquiries? I mean, just sort of where are we at with not looking towards the city as a funder on this because of all the budget constraints that we know exist and will continue to be exacerbated under a pandemic. But is something happening with that?
And before Alder Abbas can certainly answer, he's been more engaged.
Or maybe, yeah, if somebody knows this.
I would interject is I will, if it's a referral, what I know at this point is Groundswell has been involved in conversations. I can reach out to Jim. I do not believe, and again, these are speculations, but I feel like that I'm pretty apt to be right on this. I don't believe they have the capacity to take down this project alone. I will certainly talk to Jim, and it sounds negative. They've been a great partner of ours. They do great work. And in fact, I need to talk to him. And we'll see. I mean, next month, hopefully we'll have something on the floor where we can talk about extraordinary acquisitions. It's a teaser for you all. But they've been a good partner, but they don't have unlimited resources. And this is it's an urban infill buy. I mean, they've done some good stuff like next to the school that Madeline talked about. Mm-hmm. This is a tract level purchase on infill.
Mm-hmm. The big thing.
And even Dane County, I will also say I've spoken to Dane County. There are certainly potentialities of contribution, but just as a reminder for folks with the extraordinary opportunity, the Ice Age Trail acquisition, it was a heavy lift, a great partnership, but a heavy lift to get 1/4 from the county, right? For the federal Ice Age Trail that we pay 3/4 for. Now we own, and that's good. It's a great partnership. I'm not trying to talk ill, but we should always scope. There is not a world where the city owns the property where someone else buys it for us, from my experience. That's just not something that happens to my knowledge. We are a partner at minimum. Percentages matter. But Alder Abbas or somebody else may have had conversations beyond that would indicate there's more movement. I know they've expressed interest, but that's what I know to be true.
Great. Alder Hennig.
Yes, I had one for Dan. What is the airport height cap in that area?
I want to say it'd probably be about 8 to 10 stories. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, thank you. And the other one, just addressing Alder Skidmore's line of conversation. I think that he was on some good aspects, but the one thing it seems to me that to me it's very clear that the need is a neighborhood park, and 14 acres is already significant for a neighborhood park. It seems to me that it's pretty clear from staff that the 31 acres is a want. And it would be one thing, if we are looking at it, just to put it into perspective, would be to look at what other opportunities there are in the city that we still have for green space, because that's one that I hadn't really considered is, if we're looking at this 30 acres, what other acquisitions would we be giving up? We look at the I believe it was 5.8 million section that was purchased on Monona last year. And we look at the house that was purchased on the lake, granted that was 1.8 million. But we've got a number of different areas that we have targeted. And when I hear Eric Knapp talk about what the assets here are, and it doesn't necessarily line up with the assets that we've looked at for other conservation, I don't deny at all the attractiveness of a wildlife refuge. But I think it's very clear that we're not trying to call it a 30-acre neighborhood park. We're looking at it as a wildlife refuge, which is something different. And I think it has, just to reiterate, I think it's been made very clear to me that is a want, and it is not in line with the plans that we've put forth. I think that, I completely respect city staff. You guys have done a great job of looking at the different aspects of, what are the needs here and what lines up with the rest of our neighborhood plans. And I think it is an interesting precedent to set for a development like this, or not a development, but a plan, to say, we're not going to pursue this. We're going to do a 30-acre refuge. Putting it into context a little bit of, is this something that we can do all over the city? And I think it's pretty clear from planning's perspective that it's not. The city can't buy up all the green space. So what I'm just trying to think of as far as standards that are being set, or what we're benchmarking against. How we can compare this to other situations, or if this is a one-off, and we think that it's a possible one-off that's significant enough to merit that trade-off. And the more I hear the different discussions, the more I'm thinking that that's the difficult trade-off. I think that we do see a adjustment by staff and by the planning to say, look, the original 5 acres was not enough. We're up to 14. Okay, now let's push it to 20 or 30. Where's the cost benefit? Or, it's not all about cost. It's partially about what's important and our values, but we can get into a microcosm by saying this is our values here, but that's not our values over the entire city, because we can we impose the same reasoning on a citywide basis? And that's a question that I'd like to address, but I'm leaning more towards, I'm not sure how we can come up with the information. I'd love to hear from Al again on what information he was looking at, and if this does merit that information, and just thinking about what the information coming back as, what would it take to come back and say, Parks Commission feels very strongly that we need to designate all 30 acres, or Parks Commission feels that we need to do the 20-acre B option, and we would recommend that be implemented. How would that information come back? And I'm just thinking about it, and I'm having a harder time understanding what that information would come back as in order to make that significant recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks. Alder West.
Thank you. If Commission allow me can I forward a question to Beth from Friends of Hartmire? And the question is regarding the partnership with Groundswells and Dane County. I can also talk about that, but I think so she could be, because they are meeting with other partners as well, so she could be a good person to answer that. Beth.
She's still present in the meeting, and if she'd like to speak, that would be fine.
Sure, thank you. As part of the work that Friends of Hartmire has been doing, we did attend a meeting with the county. Paul Noeldner can also speak to this, but Paul Rusk was at that meeting, and I've spoken to him several times, and he, as well as Jim Welsh from Groundswell, have on several occasions said to me personally that if the city decides to take the lead on this project of the all 30 acres, that they would be willing to come to the table and have a conversation about how there might be a creative partnership, not unlike the one that's up at the Cherokee Marsh, which is a collaborative effort between the city, the DNR, and I'm not sure, the county. Yes, the county. So there are, while the burden of purchase pricing feels heavy to this commission right now in the city parks, I think that it would make sense to sit down, as Eric said, and have those conversations of what might be feasible. If we look at the going rate of land of 3.1 or I believe Mr. Rifkin said 3.3 million at the meeting I attended about the 60 acres. I think it's possible to perhaps get a price from the Hartmire estate, even if it's in a ballpark sort of range, and have a conversation about it. That's all that I think that we would like to see, is that the city not feel that you're going to be super burdened with this purchase, because Groundswell and the county both have indicated that if the city is willing to begin to look at this, they would come to the table. And that's all I can say.
Dan, did you have a comment for Beth's comment?
Reached out to the Hartmire Estate numerous times to try to understand, what would a hypothetical price range be, and they have never provided that to us.
Right, but you probably have not indicated that there's an interest from the city to buy?
We have. So as part of this process, we certainly understood there was interest from the community of acquiring, or interest from certain members of the community in acquiring all 30 acres. And certainly from a land use standpoint, we have very few areas that have this level of transit service, and we can expect a modal shift. But absent that, we wanted to have as accurate financial information as possible, if possible, that we can present to decision makers, because while certainly, pulling people out of cars and land use are one aspect of the conversation, other folks may be more interested in financial aspects. After repeated requests to give a hypothetical range based on, that conversation, they have not provided to us.
And I would just jump in here. Frankly, I've been a part of quite a few land acquisitions for parks. The likelihood of a seller offering a price to the city at this juncture is nearly non-existent.
All right, well then could we then do a speculative pricing based on, for the Ream property, the 60 acres at 3.3 million. I recently, the city just bought 0.2 acres of land for $275,000 over on Milwaukee Street. The city purchased, pardon? With a house, right, that you're going to have to pay to take down. I mean, you're not going to keep the house. The city just bought 1.2 acre, 13 acres for 1.2 million down on South Park. So I know that I know that this is a challenge to be, I know that the city is creative and it's brilliant. You have amazing people. Dan is one of them that have creative genius. The people on this commission have creative genius. And I think my point is, if I have been to all the meetings, all of them, and at all these meetings, there's been nothing but support for retaining this property. There's a great love for this property. Are we emotional? Sure. We're connected there. The land is something that connects to your heart. So I think I'm asking you to be creative, Eric, and look beyond just sort of this construct. And I know that you put together a beautiful open space plan. I've read it. It's a magnificent document. But I think that this commission and the community at large, Emerson East, Eakin Park, Sherman Neighborhood, all those neighborhood associations have sent letters, are completely supportive of this 30-acre concept. I don't know. I attended the first meeting back in October 2 years ago with Dan, where the clickers were handed out. There were 60 people, maybe 45 people at that meeting that he quotes this 80%. It was one of those meetings where you see a lot of information and you're made to click, you have to vote, a clicking vote, after being overwhelmed, So to say that 40 people at 80%, that's really not fair statistics. There are statistiks, but they're not fair. So
yeah, I'd like to keep moving and
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Rommel, you're unmuted. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm wondering if staff has talked with engineering at all about creating a partnership to have some of the land be a greenway and some of the land be park. I mean, if the goal is to have a neighborhood park and that fits all your criteria, we also have a goal of stormwater mitigation and protecting those kind of the kind of wetland that's active and does its job protecting and filtrating water. So has that been part of the discussion, and could it be looked at more as part of this referral?
We have actually, we just the other day had a discussion with Greg Fries, and what came out of that is the stormwater utility wants no part of the Hartmeyer property.
And I won't go into great detail here, but we can certainly get that in writing the whys. But one of the big ones is this wetland is a groundwater fed wetland. So when we talk about infiltration or runoff and stormwater management or flooding, there's just a whole lot of reasons. A groundwater fed wetland in the middle of an enclosed depression, we can get the stormwater engineers to write the whys, but that doesn't do much on what stormwater's goals are.
Eric, does that mean that a development would divert the stormwater somewhere else under all circumstances?
Development of any surface water would need to, well, as Dan, I think, alluded to earlier, city stormwater would not allow it to be drained to a wetland, surface water wetland, period. And then if we own the land in title as parks, would not allow the discharge. We have that issue in some places from years ago. Alder Hennick has one in his district, the Odana School Park, that used to be, anyway, they're real problematic when private entities discharge onto parkland, so we don't allow that. So that would mean it'd have to go somewhere else, which means it would have to be piped.
Okay, so you pipe it and then it ends up in Lake Mendota? Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. From there, probably Lake Monona, the Yahar River, probably.
Got it. Al.
Okay, so we get all these statements that are part of this ongoing discussion, that if we had some material in writing as part of, before we started to discuss, we'd have information to make decisions on.
That's right.
Bottom line is, I've been part of many neighborhood development plans and 34 years work as planning department. And not all land that is open space is parkland. Some is private open space. Some maintains itself as private open space because of limitations on its developability. So we got three different alternatives, A, B, and C. identify the wetlands, identify any necessary buffers that must be maintained in order for them to be viable, and identify what is parks and what is non-park land in all three versions. Okay, and then make statements as to the pros and cons of all three versions, including discussion on cost, including discussion on drainage, etc. So there are answers to people that say that 30 acres needs to be preserved because there'll be contributions coming from upstream that there'll be a problem. Well, have somebody basically make a statement about that, a report on that, short report. But we have something in black and white, and show those different A, B, and C's that identify these common areas and identify what is parks, what's not parks, what is limited for development and must be maintained as private open space, so we can basically make a decision. That's not real hard. You already have that information, I'm sure. You've talked to, engineering. Eric, you know about this. And again, my experience as a city planner, many properties that are up for development actually don't get sold for development for 30 to 40 years. At the same time, they won't be developed unless there's encouragement enough for the area to be developed, because that offsets the cost. But having the ability to make sound decisions based on what these three different scenarios do or don't do, because if we walk away, the 30 acres basically will create a ripple effect as far as what kind of densities have to occur someplace else. And that can be a guesstimate as by you, Dan, what that's going to do. Just like the Alders version, same thing. But again, at least we have some bullet points for us to look at and say, oh, okay, they looked at this. Because right now it's just a discussion. We have nothing in writing. There's no maps, no illustrations. So the motion to refer simply asks you to do that. And I don't want to have to repeat this. You have the minutes, take a look at it, and I make a motion to refer.
So that I was going to say, just before, Eric, you have your hand up. Are there any additional comments you wanted to make? Great. So Al's made a motion to refer, and I see Alder Skidmore's hand. Are you going to second the motion, Alder Skidmore?
Yep.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to refer the matter to the next meeting to get some of the open questions answered. Now is time for discussion. Hang on, let me just clean up my blue hands. All right, is there discussion on the motion to refer? All right, Venus, you were waving at me. Are you good? All right. All right, Alder Hennick.
Yes, I just thinking through this and hearing the different aspects that Commissioner Al brought up. I don't think any of them are going to materially impact my decision to support the proposal. So I will not be supporting the motion to refer. I would approve tonight.
Great. I think I would like to ask Joanne to do a roll call vote to refer, but before I do that, is there any other discussion or comment on the motion? All right, great. Joanne, would you do a roll call vote? I'll unmute all so we can do that.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, that seemed to happen fast.
All right, we've got, let's see, Moira Harrington.
Aye.
Alder Hennick.
No.
Madeline Leopold.
Yes.
Al Martin.
Yes.
Alder Skidmore.
Yes.
And Venus Washington.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So the motion to refer has passed. That's the last time on the agenda. Can I get a couple of blue hands for a motion to adjourn? Alder Hennick and Madeline Leopold. Thank you. Thanks everybody for participating tonight. I think I did a pretty good job and everybody stayed connected. So